Hi, how are we all feeling? Welcome to the Critical Misses channel. Let's give you a quick recap. Last, we dealt with our wonderful coterie of kindred. There was some commotion and a few new faces. They met both the vampire that was their elder, Eotunde, who helped them retrieve a young boy named Artreus, a Guru child that was a hybrid with another kindred. They returned them to their mother, and the Guru left the ever sparkling city of Detroit where our coterie resides. Afterwards, they met another new face, Luna, a Bruja poet who traveled with an odd sect of kindred that were known as the Children of Osiris. Before all this happened, the coterie was receiving strange message and had been seeing odd Egyptian symbols in a lot of their goings on across the city. This all culminated when they went to see the Children of Osiris, and there was a large attack on the compound that the children were held inside, including a rocket explosion, someone firing a pistol out of the top of a limousine, and many other interesting magical complications. In the midst of this, the Michigan Theater erupted in a large blast of billowing smoke. The best of the kindred in the Society of Detroit managed to explain away the goings on to the kind when they woke up the next morning. But the kindred, and specifically our coterie, is aware that for the past 7 days, Detroit has been in utter chaos. There is no prince that sits the seat of the metropolitan area of Detroit, and all the clans have sent representatives, mostly stepping forward of their own accord to try and seize the power. Even the rarely seen Lasombran clan has made their presence known physically in the city of Detroit. But before all that happens, the camera pans low underneath the hard worked asphalt and the streets of Detroit, past even the sewer systems themselves, into a polished white interior of some kind of chamber. Inside a room, also immaculately clean and reeking of ammonia, there is a lone kindred that stands in their basic attire, having kept only one of their closest possessions after they were captured. Lori, about 3 days ago, you were contacted by the prince of the greater metropolitan area to cash in on a contract, a favor you owed them after an unfortunate misadventure in your less experienced years that they had to save you from. They decided to cash it in for asking quite a hefty price. They didn't tell you exactly what or exactly why, but they told you where to be and that the Second Inquisition would capture you. Now, how exactly she was aware that they wouldn't kill you on sight, as is the Second Inquisition's preference, you're unsure. But as the prince said, you were captured and taken to this facility. You have been here for 3 days, and you are beginning to itch. You feel the beast in your ear whispering, urging you to move, to continue, to leave. And it's the second night that you're there where you hear rumbling in the distance and feel the ground shake. You see columns of smoke on the old CRT TV that is inside this room that is almost built like an abandoned hospital room. And a couple hours later, maybe two or so, the door is kicked open by this very disheveled looking man in a white lab coat, who you know to be named Edgar Afton. And he steps into the room along with three other goons clad in their usual armors, and they roughly set down this sort of tarnished pink casket. Afton informs you that apparently you have company before closing the door and marching off. While you've been here, the humans have tested your resistances to various things. You've been instructed by the prince to pretend that you have a particular weakness to the presence of a Christian cross, and that is how the humans have kept you under control. As the coffin is there, you stare at it, reminded of your mission to escape with someone called the Director, and to burn this place down once you are both out. It is then that the coffin shakes and stutters and cracks open from the inside. And you see this woman who has an elegance to her form, but this woman who has an elegance to her form, but is dressed like she is out of the Victorian era. You see that the eyes shimmer, one red, one a dark purple. And she sits up. Well, I suppose things are still going according to script. Ah.
You're the director then.
Yes, and she very daintily steps out of the casket and says, "And you must be my escort out."
That'd be me.
Wonderful, wonderful. I don't recognize you. You're not from Detroit, are you?
Hardly.
I am so good as to require help from the outside. Well, there's much to be done. I suppose I should introduce myself officially. I am Ophelia Justine, and she does a deep curtsy.
Lori Miller.
Well, Lori, and she hooks her arm in yours, and she extends her hand, and despite this dainty, lithe frame, you see one finger press into the metal of the steel door, and the entire framework buckles, cracks, and snaps off the hinges. As both eyes turn a deep red and the fangs are bared, she says, "I suppose we should get back to the show. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who finds themselves inside or out of the spectrum, my name is Dee, and welcome back to Under the Pale Cold Sun, Episode 6, Detroit Trailblazer." Joining me this evening, I have my usual lovely cast of kindred, with a wonderful addition who we will check in with first. How are you doing, Harper?
I am doing just swell, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Harper. I'm a TTRPG podcaster and streamer, and I will be playing Lori Miller for the night.
And next, we will check in on our resident Toreador.
Hello, lovely people. My name is Rowan. My pronouns are they, them, and tonight I will be playing Fiorentino de Calza, whose pronouns are also they, them.
Yes, and next we have our ever resolute Ventru.
Hello, I'm Alicia, and tonight I'll be playing Victoria Bistel. Pronouns are she, her.
And then we move on to the youngest in our group, and one of our two Malkavians.
Hi, my name is Beau. I will be playing Ray Renault. Both of our pronouns are they, them.
And then we move to the ever studious, closest thing you guys have to a moral compass of the group.
Hello, it's me. I'm I'm Darby, and I'll be playing Minerva. Both use she/her pronouns.
And lastly, our ever gracious host.
Hello, I'm Anita. You can find me here every time, but tonight I will be playing Genevieve Clark. Pronouns
And for the
she, they for both.
And for the uninitiated, my name is Dee, and you can refer to me as the Master of Ceremonies for the evening. So, that was 4 days ago. And we'll get back to Lori and the director and where they've been for the past 4 days in just a moment. Let's start with... I've missed all these characters so much. Who do I want to check in with first?
Yeah, but which of us do you like the most?
Which one's teacher's favorite?
My favorite is Edwin.
I feel like there's a right answer here.
Let's
Probably.
check in with Fiorentino.
Also,
de
Alicia,
Calza.
you look amazing.
Yes,
By the way.
doesn't she?
I haven't had a chance.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm. So, it's been 7 days since everything went down in the warehouse by the docks. What has Fee been getting into in these 7 days?
Fee decided to, stick around Detroit for now because as much as the city is just the worst, things here are beginning to get interesting. And I really do have nothing better to do. They would absolutely have wanted to take Ray out for a night on the town or two at some point during this week.
Okay.
You read my mind.
Perfect.
Listen, I know what we're about. It's all right.
Let my hair down,
Yeah, please do. That's the fun, Ray. At least in, Fee's perspective. Other than that, there was one night, probably like 3 or 4 nights into this week, where Fee was just sort of laying around their apartment on their couch, just staring at the ceiling. They would have pulled out their phone, their old phone, not the new burner, and pulled it open to a specific phone number and just stared at it for a long time. Hit the call button, immediately hit the hang up button, and then just texted, "Can you come to Detroit?"
Okay.
And then promptly chucked their phone across the room.
Okay.
If it buzzes, they would go pick it back up, though.
You do manage to stare at the ceiling for about 3 or 4 minutes before there's a buzz. And it says, "What's wrong? Do you need my help?"
I give it probably a solid 10 minutes before replying, and just say, yes. I type, yes, send. Second, it's not super important, send. But yes, send.
And she says, "I'm on my way."
And I do not reply to that.
And then your other phone buzzes,
Oh boy.
and you have a text message from Mercedes
Saying,
that says, "Come help me carry these groceries."
ooh. I text back down, yeah, I don't really want to.
And she types, then you'll miss all the fun. And a winky smiley face.
Send the emoji of like the steam coming out of the nostrils and just head down.
Gotcha. Okay. As you go down the stairs, you see Mercedes dressed in a very give me 1 second stream.
How's everyone else doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I just managed to get all my makeup on in about 10 seconds. Hey.
Nice.
Like,
I'll continue to impress.
Sorry about that.
All right.
oh,
But
that was the wrong button.
Oh no.
you see Mercedes
Oh
dressed
man.
in a very curvaceous red sparkling cocktail dress. And her hair is different, might be a wig. And she sort of looks at you over sunglasses and goes,
Oh,
okay, I guess. And she
Oops.
turns
what's this about?
back to the door and says, oh, I don't know why she's trying to surprise you. And you see the Mercedes that you were expecting to see stepping in with about 2 other people. And Mercedes looks at you and goes, Fee, this is my sister Portia. And then these two were very excited to meet you. And you see, even before you look at them, you smell the scent of Vitae mixed with, smells like MDMA, just coming off in waves from these ladies.
Mm. Hello.
Hi.
You seem nice.
Oh my god. And they're just kind of you recognize the lady on the right, and there's a vague memory. You weren't really paying attention when she was speaking, of like a friend who would like to meet you. And it's sort of, the memory's sort of beginning to jog.
You seem familiar.
I can't believe you remember me. Wow. Yeah. We were. I was here. Last week. This is my friend Cheryl.
Hi. It's so nice to meet you. Come. I was just about to start painting something, and you would be the perfect model.
You see, Portia looks thoroughly unimpressed, and begins to, all 5 of you begin to make your way back up to your apartment. And everyone sort of takes in the sights, including Portia, who is looking around more than you can tell. She's trying to show that she is.
As we're heading up, I'll like tap Portia on the shoulder and go, so I didn't know you were a thing.
Yeah, I kind of tried to keep a low profile, and here I am.
Ooh, so what brings you to our little haven tonight?
I'm apparently not allowed to tell you.
Secrets are no fun.
Yeah, well, take that up with her.
Oh, I'll turn on my aura of my awe and caress her cheek and say, "Oh, I'm sure, just this once."
You see a smile curl to the cheeks just barely, and she says, Kindred, and walks into the apartment.
Oh, you're gonna be so much fun.
And Mercedes looks at you with like a half smile and says, "You're in a good mood."
Uh, why not? Right? Why not enjoy it while it lasts? No one's barking orders at me right now. Things are getting really interesting. Um, but who knows what the future may hold. I'm gonna live happy while I can. Well, live.
Oh, okay. I got one more thing that Kayla wanted me to take care of, and I'll be back.
All right.
All right. Don't break my sister. She's not as resilient as she thinks she is.
Oh, the thought had never crossed my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Bye bye
Mercedes
now.
makes her way back downstairs as you hear what sounds like a bottle of champagne pop inside your apartment.
Yeah. I like to imagine there's always just an ice bucket with champagne in it on
Right.
Fee's like table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that accounts for a couple of things. Did you have anything else you wanted to do in the week that has passed?
Not until someone showed up in Detroit.
Okay. So that would be in a couple days. So we'll jump back to Fee in
All right.
just a minute. Let's check in with Madame Genevieve.
Hi. I think.
So what's Genevieve been getting up to?
Well, Genevieve, over the past little bit, has been trying to figure out what happened to Ophelia, try to find her, while working with Kara, her sibling, to try and also figure out who did the thing in the first place.
Okay. So Kara, after giving you most of the information, or after you giving her most of the information, fairly quickly surmises that Ophelia was likely attacked by the guru. She explains that guru can smell the differences in our blood, slightly at least. But with Cassandra being Malkavian and the director being Malkavian, I think it was untrained senses making assumptions. Where she was and why she was there is a good question, though.
Maybe it was some sort of meeting?
Possibly. Meeting with who, though? Meeting with the guru?
Well,
That could
I was on the phone with her just before it happened.
Right. And what did she sound like? Could you hear anything in the background?
Thinking back, could I hear anything in the background?
Not in particular.
No, nothing that I recall. We had a conversation. I told her that we were still looking. And then I said that I made a friend. Spoke about Atreus, the little boy.
So she didn't know about him beforehand?
No, she didn't. Not until I mentioned, because I had literally just met him. Or at least his astral projected self.
Yes. Interesting.
I mentioned that it was a guru who could astral project because that's what everything inside me told me.
You said you've mentioned before that she spoke to you oddly on this phone call?
She said my name. And you know,
And
Mummy dearest, she loves nicknames.
She'll sort of take you and position you under the light, and you can tell that she is looking at her dialogue choice tree around your head. She goes, "All right. To keep just as many details as you can remember."
I was in the car with Victoria. That's the reason why I couldn't necessarily say all the information that I wanted to. I was trying to keep things a little bit closer to the chest, as it were. She had asked me a question before that. Anita can't quite remember, but Genevieve does.
The question that she asked, I believe, was to speak to Ray.
Oh, that was before that. That was after that, actually.
Was that?
Yeah, so we went to the club. Oh, yes. She spoke to Ray. There was a little bit of a conversation that happened there. That was after that was the final conversation with Ophelia, I believe. Because I was back in the car with Victoria, and I think it was just Victoria and Genevieve in the vehicle again. That was after the poetry session.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I believe in that case the question was something akin. Forgive this. I doubt this will be exact wording, but I believe it was something akin to. Oh goodness, I can't remember. I'll give you all a spoiler since I can't remember. Doesn't matter. But she will say, she called you Genevieve.
She called me Genevieve.
And you see, she can continue slotting things into place, and she says,
I told her about the guru that could astral project. She said, Genevieve. I think she said she was going to go away for a while. Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself. You know, she told me something similar before she went back to the States.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. The only time that she refers to me as Kara is when she's asking something quite serious of me. When she told you to get the pink binder out of a room that you mentioned before, did she call you Genevieve then as well?
That was in the note that she left.
Well, it was. But
it's been a while. It's been a minute.
She told you to get the binder as a failsafe should she ever go into Topor a while ago.
Yes.
And then once you saw the note told you. And the answer is yes. She did refer to you as
She did refer
Genevieve.
to me as Genevieve.
I think that this is a plan.
The other thing that's bothering me is, why is it so different when she goes into Topor than when she's dead? The wording said that if she goes into Topor, call you.
Oh, darling, Mommy Dearest does not like Topor. She doesn't like... you know how she is. She doesn't like being in a situation but out of control of the situation.
Oh, of course, that's 100% on brand.
She once told me she would rather meet the final death than go into Topor. But if she had you call me if she went into Topor...
It means there must be something different about how she went to Topor. Or you might be a key to putting her back into control of the situation?
Yes. Well, I don't think we're going to get anywhere unless we have newer information than what we have.
Yeah.
So.
If only there was some sort of recording that we could go back and look at.
We could talk to that stuffy old fellow when I came to pick you up from the warehouse.
Oh!
Edwin?
Edwin?
Edwin, yes.
Edwin?
I mean, he knew the prince before she...
Yes. Unclear where the prince is, I suppose. That's a whole thing.
Yes, that has been quite something. I hear Detroit's La Sombrans have even made a bit of an appearance. There's supposedly a bit of a brouhaha cold meeting. It's going to be happening in a few days.
Where?
I'm not exactly sure.
Yes.
I've been doing my but brouhaha surprisingly have very well inclined technical defenses. I think they're provided by Nosferatu gentlemen.
Oh. Yes, we know. We know all about him.
Mm. Well,
the security that he provides comes at quite a steep cost.
it always does.
All
with
your secrets.
Nosferatu folk. Ah, that was said with a bit of resentment.
Well, there's a reason I don't use my old phone anymore.
Oh, darling. I remember when I had to get my first burner phone, and she goes to the refrigerator and she retrieves 2 large wine glasses that are filled with the thickly sloshing vitae that she passes one to you. And you both retire to the couch as she tells another story of her tenured span as a kindred. In the time that she's been in Detroit, you've come to learn that she's been sired for about 60 years your senior.
So you're a generation ahead of me, just before the cutoff.
Yes, just barely. When Mummy Dearest was in her prime. And is there anything else that Genevieve would like to do across the 7 days?
I don't know. I think also try to get to know Kara a little bit better. And if any of the other kindred wanted to ask Genevieve questions or talk to them, that was a thing that they could do. So open the floor.
You learn that Kara is, as I mentioned, 60 years your senior. She's been a private eye for a long, long stretch of time. She imparts to you the suspicions that she's had in a moment that very strongly reminds you of Ophelia. She imparts to you various suspicions she has of people and things that are secretly kindred, but she doesn't have any confirmation on.
Oh, like Tom Cruise.
Well, that's Mommy Dearest's personal project, but I think that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle based a certain detective off of a kindred.
Really? Interesting.
Yes, if you look at, and she goes through like a whole flow chart of, if you look at this and if you look at that, and this could correlate to this, and it is very, it warms you a bit. And she eventually says, but I have been prattling on for more than long enough. Tell me about yourself. Who were you before, And she sort of motions to the glass of blood.
Well, I really wasn't anyone of note.
I don't think any of us were.
Until the director picks us out of a crowd, I suppose.
Yes, she has an eye for talent like that, doesn't she?
A little bit.
But what did you do? Housewife? Actress?
Housewife, yes. Also did some work in the munitions factories. Homefront marches on.
Right, E-Day. Yeah, you mentioned. You said you were waiting for someone.
Yes. My husband, I suppose? Spouse?
And she's sort of like, you see the eyes drift, and she's trying not to look at the through lines that her Malkavian bane connects for her, and says, children?
Just the one.
Child. Have you checked in on them?
Oh, Facebook makes that very easy. And no one secures their
Is-
accounts anymore.
I also have a theory that Mark Zuckerberg definitely a Nosferatu.
100%.
That sort of technical establish a web to keep track of I mean, come on.
Definitely. Have you seen how much sunscreen he uses on the beach?
Exactly what I'm saying. He might be a thin blood, come to
Might
think
be.
of it. And you see she pulls out a small journal that she keeps in her back pocket and just like scribbles something, then tucks it back away. It says, "We are a chosen few."
Quite.
I wish that other kindred were as palatable as you have been.
I do my best.
Yes. The chase for power in the Camarilla tends to get exhausting.
I've never been the kind of person to want any sort of power.
Me neither. Makes you wonder if that's why she picked us.
Could stand without the
Suddenly.
dreams, though, or the sleepwalking. Never did that before.
That's been interesting. I've been watching you do that. Most times I won't wake you. I'll just watch where you go. I've studied a lot about body language and psychology when I was kind, and you walk with a purpose. It's not just meandering.
I'm going somewhere?
That's what it seems like.
Interesting.
I mean, yesterday it was into the washing machine, but somewhere.
Walking with purpose. Interesting.
Have you ever spoken to Tremere? You said you're friends with a younger one, but one who is a bit
Minerva?
more spell-loaded?
I suppose. I could pick her brain on it a little bit.
There's Tremere divining spells that can help read dreams a bit. Also, the Gangrel can be a bit into the divination aspects of magic. Perhaps you can read the symbols that come to you in your dreams.
Yes. Or the visions.
Yes. I still want to go to that park. I know you said your
Oh.
Toreador friend wanted to go as well, but
Yes.
this Hypno seems...
He was
I
quite
mean,
fascinated. I was quite taken with him.
Yes. Well, perhaps another night we can round up your friends. Go back to the park. Yes?
Yes. We should probably introduce you at some point, but perhaps not as what you are. Definitely not as what you are.
Yes.
Mind you, with the current power structure in disarray.
I mean, the whole thing might be out of the window. Don't tell your friends. I don't want them to worry, but I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the second children came home to roost. After all, the prince is no longer in power, it seems, so
The rule
what do they
kind
have
of
to
goes out
fear?
the window.
Rules always go out the window eventually, my dear.
Everything is chaos. May chaos reign.
May chaos reign. And you clink glasses and spend your evening musing. With that having been said, let's check in on Madame Beaster. Victoria, across the 7 days, what are you getting into?
Ellen Jackson.
Okay. And how would you like to start that process?
Good question. Don't know. Step one, though, I guess get Edwin squared away.
Mm-hmm.
He was just kind of there. Figure that out
Edwin is uh, Edwin very quickly after the scene at the warehouse feeds on some of the herd that Luna calls, and very quickly does an odd spell with some components you don't really recognize, and you see the very serious demeanor sort of drape back over him, and he nodded to you and said thank you, and you have not seen him since then.
Okay. In that case, I guess I can't just go up and stab Jackson. That might
You
be
can
bad.
certainly try.
It's probably not going to work.
Who knows?
You know what?
You won't.
She will-
You scared.
Oh no!
Don't
She's
do that, Belle.
furious. Furious. She's going to check on Genevieve's and her family
Okay.
in that order.
Yeah. So you spend a little time. Would you like to tap into your technological connection, or are you trying to do this of your own accord?
I don't know what status my technological connection is at right now.
You'd have to ask him.
Just random text. You alive, or rather, you still kicking? No, no, Gesundheit. No, she'd probably tap her human retainer for that, because for her family, she keeps semi-regular tabs on anyway. Mom
Okay.
knows how to find people and disappear them. We're just gonna worry about the first part.
Okay. So you tap back in to Warren Snipe, your retainer, and he sort of answers the phone and says, "Oh, Lady Victoria, it's. I'm glad to speak to you again. I was worried after all that business that something might have went wrong with you, but how can I help you?"
I need you to. Sorry. I need you to find someone for me. Several someone's probably.
All right. Just go ahead and name, general description.
No, I don't have names. That's what I have you for.
Oh, um, yeah, sure. Do I like what kind of through line do I have here?
I believe someone, because basically she'd relay the information she has about the general description of Genevieve. Start by looking for people like that.
Okay. All right.
I know there was at least one descendant.
Okay. Is this gonna be kindred, kind? Do we know that?
They will be kind.
All right. Okay. Well, I will get to work on that as soon as I can. Did you want me to fax over the report on the
As
people
soon
that
as you can.
that which means right now, Miss Beaster?
That's better.
Mm-hmm. Did you want me to fax over the copy of the people you have me keep tabs on normally?
Yes.
All right. Um, Anything else?
Click.
Okay. And you eventually receive a fax that comes through to check in with your family. And who does your family consist of?
So her family consists of um I don't know if we so she has her father Kofi,
Yep.
sister Sabeth,
Mhm.
and her cousin Kemi.
Okay. You receive the information that your father is doing well, getting up there in age. He's finally buckled down and bought a driver, as stubborn as he was to continue driving himself places. He has hired on a driver to take him where he needs to go. Your sister has been mostly hands off, but assists him where needed. And your cousin has recently bought a dominating share of Best Buy Incorporated.
Smart girl.
And outside of that, there don't appear to be any extracurricular notes. Um, are you in your? Are you staying still at the King Manor, or are
No.
you're in your personal haven?
Correct.
And what does that look like?
Uh, I think actually fairly similar, like similar to Jackson's, but on a slightly smaller scale. Slightly. She's
Right,
got money.
absolutely. Um, as you're receiving this fax, you hear a couple knocks at the door.
It kind of like relaxing back into position. Intel.
You see one of your butlers who steps in and says, Madame Beast, there's someone at the door for you. Says his name is Emerson. Do not believe I recognize him.
Emerson was the person who pretended to be a.
Emerson is one of Jackson's ghouls.
Oh no.
He was one of the people who was reamed with you. He was the guy giving you a hard time about taking the cars.
Ah, gotcha. Oh, delightful. Go ahead, he can come in.
Wonderful. And after a few minutes, he returns with Emerson in tow and says, well, long time no see, Victoria.
I decided I need a vacation from certain personalities. Why are you here?
I was just, stopping in, making sure you didn't get blown to smithereens since, the whole city's been under attack. Would have been nice to know you're still alive.
Does Jackson think that little thing would kill me?
I don't know what Jackson would think because I don't know where the fuck he is. And I was hoping that you did.
So what you're saying is his space is unoccupied right now.
Oh my god. I hate Kindred. I really do. I really
Emerson, watch your tone.
He's not currently at the house. I know he's alive, but I don't know where.
Speaking.
Yes, you guys aren't alive.
I guess. Well, if I have a guess, I might guess he is in Paris.
Is that a guess, or did he tell you that he's in Paris?
I said it was a guess.
I don't know why I came here expecting a straight answer. That's my fault. I can't even hold that against you.
Emerson, I do not know where he is, and Paris is my best guess. I gave you a straight answer.
All right. Sorry. I mean, I've suddenly been promoted to running an entire estate. So, apologies.
I can come help with that.
I assumed that you would if you were still alive, but you haven't been around the manor, so I didn't know what was up.
As I said, I took a small vacation. You know, big personalities. Sometimes we need space.
That is not, see, you and this is the issue that I'm having with him. You and Jackson don't take vacations. You are the most workaholic people.
She's going to very quickly wrap around and kind of get right in Emerson's face with her hand on his neck. Not squeezing, just there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this one more again, since apparently you don't understand. I said I took a vacation from personalities. I do not know where Jackson is. And questioning me is not smart. You can be replaced. I don't care if Jackson is mad at me for it. You test my patience.
Always great talking to you, Victoria. And he'll turn to begin to leave.
It's gonna be hard to turn because my hand's still on his neck.
Well, so you're holding his neck.
Now I'm holding him.
Okay. And he doesn't change what he says. He says, "It was great talking to you, Victoria. Has it ever occurred to you, or Jackson for that matter, that you wouldn't have enemies everywhere you go if you tried to make some friends?"
Emerson, have a seat.
And Emerson
She'll like go his neck.
sits.
Me and Jackson are very similar people. We are the kind of people who we wanted this kind of life. This kind of on the edge, constant power play. That is who we are. To pretend that we are not it, well, if I smiled and acted nice to you, it would show how much I love your existence and how easily and how close you are to being killed. I show you who I really am because I feel it's warranted. You've been around long enough. Again, me and him, that's quite two personalities to deal with. The
Yeah.
only friends I would have, would be those who don't want power. And those tend to be boring people. I want the struggle. That is what fuels me. So, do you still prefer me to smile kindly at you?
I was just worried you were dead.
What's the equivalent of an insight in this game? I don't remember.
You can make me. Oh God, I don't have my character sheet open. Yes, insight is a skill in this game.
Okay,
Just
I
so
couldn't
he's open this
remember.
character sheet anyway. You
it
can
is.
make a. I don't remember the skills off the top of my head, so this character sheet's got a little. You can make me a wits and insight check.
Okay, and what is my hunger at now? Because obviously I fed off Edwin, but
I would assume that you fed back down to 1, which you'd be
Okay.
able to without issue.
making sure. Okay, that's only one success, unfortunately.
Luckily, it's not hard to read that Emerson is being honest. From what you can tell, he doesn't have any misunderstanding of the dynamic between the two of you. It's not like he thought you guys were best friends. And it probably surprised him that he was worried that you were caught in the explosion when he hadn't heard from you.
Shuxley kind of like leaned forward over this. You will actually worried.
Oh, fuck off. And he leans back in the chair.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what it is about being kindred that just makes you guys like hate everyone and everything. I don't know what that is.
I don't
yes.
hate you.
Well, you have a very weird way of liking people.
You know, I think I do like you.
Yeah.
I shall come by the manor after I wrap up a few things here to help with the management.
And he sort of nods and stands and goes, "All right, yeah, I'll get everything that I've been trying to handle together, and have it waiting for you."
Please, Emerson. Please.
It's a nice place, by the way. And he'll start walking toward the door.
Thank you.
And he exits.
Oh, you should give me the list of keys to Jackson's house. Thank you.
And as he exits, you just hear what sounds like it's trying to be a suppressed chuckle. And yeah, so that is there anything else that you wanted to accomplish on the next 7 days? Anything you wanted to do before you went to the manor?
No, I have this. So, other than that, no, I think that would be the main thing, and then she'd go and deal with the manor, as it were.
Okay. So you
And break
return.
all of Jackson's crap.
You return to the King Manor, and there is something about it that is cold. It feels different when you approach and the car slows. You step out. Your key still works. You let yourself in. You see the various house staff, all recognizable. You feel that sort of deep-seated sense of suddenly being unwanted here. Not from the people inherently, but almost from the manor itself. There's almost a feeling of like the house doesn't trust you. Maybe it's your paranoia.
Do I think it's because I imagine I'd have very vague idea of how Jackson spells his belongings and everything, like with the car. Do I think it's a sort of magical effect?
Jackson himself does not place spells or wards on things. He hires mainly Lasombran people to do it. As far as you know, there aren't any wards on the house. You know that there was a long period before Jackson trusted you to work with him at all, and you didn't feel unwelcome here then. This is different.
Gonna flip up her burner phone or whatever.
Mhm.
Then just text Genevieve, "You up?"
Yes, we're vampires.
It takes you see that the text is coming in, and you know how slowly Genevieve texts.
Oh, it's like what? It's like one button.
Yes,
at
of
a
course.
time.
She
Oh,
hunts
yeah.
and pecks 100%.
So Victoria will kind of like go to like a
we are
quiet.
Drim.
Just call after she gets one text.
How did you get to from D to M? Kindrum.
Genevieve, can you do me a favor? Can you come over to the Jackson estate?
All right.
I
Is
feel like you might
something
have
wrong?
a bet. That's an excellent question that I hope you're able to answer for me.
I think after like the first text, it's just a phone call instead of an actual.
Yes.
No, that's what she did. That's what she did.
yeah.
No, after the first text, it is a phone call. That's
Yeah. Yeah. Is something wrong? I suppose I'll head over there.
Quickly,
I'll be over as soon as I can. And then Genevieve will head that direction.
Okay. Kara almost invites herself, but then, like, you could tell that she, once you mention which of your coterie it is, she goes,
Probably best not that one.
Stay. Yeah, probably not. She probably doesn't like just new people popping up. Good luck.
Not generally, but if it's a mystery, I might be able to drag you in eventually. Fingers crossed.
and you make your way to the King estate, and it's impressive. It is opulent. It is a lot less showy than the Justine Manor, despite being, relatively similar size.
Mother just does like to be ostentatious.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Victoria waiting for you on the steps outside.
Vicky, dearest?
Ah, yes, Genevieve. Thank you for coming. Would you mind if I escort you inside? Kind of like offers her arm.
I'll take it. By all means.
And Victoria will, and Victoria's escorting you in, but also like looking at you to see any reaction you may have to the house, essentially.
Okay. Genevieve, you walk in, looking around. It's nice, a little boring.
Very minimalist
See,
aesthetic.
you see that some of the staff sort of look up and see you and just sort of stare at a new person entering the manor for the first time, but they quickly go back to minding their business, knowing better than to ask questions.
Master the house about?
No, not currently. She's still just looking, doesn't say anything, just looking at you. Just like gauge your reaction. Does Victoria feel any sort of growing sense of unwantedness any closer? Like, does she basically kind of head towards Jackson's room to see if it's stronger there?
Not overly increasing, but that general shroud is still there.
Okay.
Very Spartan and minimalist.
What is that?
Ophelia loves her knickknacks.
Okay, and then, yeah, until she'll actually, so she will go into, I assume she has a key to Jackson's office? No?
He doesn't keep it locked.
Oh, he doesn't keep it, okay, gotcha. Alright, so.
Because who would dare break
Exactly.
in to his office?
Exactly.
I mean,
but yeah, okay, so we'll kind of stroll into there, close the door so they have privacy.
Hmm?
And then eventually, just like, just like Genevieve, please have a seat. Do you feel anything odd? Did you feel anything odd when you came into this manor?
feels like a house, but not a home.
No sense of uneasiness?
Victoria, where are you sitting as you have Genevieve sit? Are you sitting in Jackson's chair?
No, she's actually standing. She
What?
wanted Genevieve to be Victoria standing. Oh, something bad's gonna happen.
Feels like the home of someone who wants power.
No, that's not what I mean. Just a general sense of unease. You don't feel anything like that?
No, don't believe so. Why do you?
I think we should conclude that and leave. I'll treat you to a blood bag, whatever it is. Let's go. Please.
Have you ever gone back to your old home? Where you
My
lived?
old home?
Where you lived before you returned?
No, I have not.
It's a strange
Why?
experience.
Are you sure you wish to have this conversation here?
Why not? It's not necessarily the ghosts from your past. Perhaps it's the ghosts of what you did, or what you're planning to do.
Well, There is a distinct difference between those two things.
Not necessarily.
Genevieve. Make an occult plus resolve check.
Occult plus resolve. Got you. How is my
Gonna get
hunger
true
score treating me currently?
Everyone except Lori's hunger score is currently at 1.
Okay. Occult plus
Resolve.
resolve? Okay.
Is it also safe to assume we can erase damage to our health track?
Yes, your damage. It's been 7 or so days. You guys are all refilled on your natural accoutrement, including your willpower.
Okay, so that's 1, 2,
If you
3,
spent
4,
any of
5,
those.
6 dice. One is a hunger die. That one popped out of the tray, but it is a good in. 6 or higher, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That is 3 successes.
Okay. As you say, the ghosts of what you've done, you see a flash, darkness, in the same place. You see someone standing behind Victoria, just sort of waiting. Or the ghost of what you will do, another shadow on the other side, waiting, watching her.
You walk a tightrope, my love. Careful you don't fall off. You have potential. But there's 2 paths in front of you. And 2 shadows that follow you down those paths.
Cannot change what I did, nor would I.
Oh no, I don't expect you're the kind that lives with regrets. At least not externally.
I don't regret what I did. What I will do, however. That's an excellent question.
Do you
I
regret?
know it.
I wonder. It's not you that gets the regrets, I don't think. There's always ripples when you throw a stone into a pond. The stone doesn't feel regrets.
I haven't acted on what I want to do as of yet. I have not cast my stone, as it were. The occult is not my specialty.
I dabble.
What I want is equity. I don't take kindly to being slighted.
No, I wouldn't expect you would.
There is something about this place that is different for me. I don't know why, but it feels like my place is no longer here, which is something I have never felt.
Then perhaps your place is somewhere better. And I'll take Victoria's hands.
I have duties still. I cannot shock them because of my feelings, but I am uneasy. Victoria kind of poke right out. Emil, son. Kind of like calling out randomly.
Oh, shit, you're here already. Yeah. And he runs in with a folder. Hi.
Hi.
It's fine.
Hello.
Here is everything that I've been working on. There was recently the only thing that was odd, and he'll sort of point to it through the files, as I went through, because he has at least 2 weeks of orders sent out to the business drones to keep things going the way that they were.
Else?
The only thing that's weird is he sold most of his stock in Best Buy, and I'm not exactly sure why
What?
that happened. Best Buy, like
I
the
know what that is.
um
That's bastard.
oh, okay. Do you prefer Radio Shack or not the time for jokes? Not I am sorry. I apologize for that.
Oh, that was a reaction.
Do the rest of your report.
Okay. Yeah, no pressure. Um the rest of the businesses have been fine. Lyman came through on clearing that startup for you, so that was all taken care of. Um, uh, Credit card statements are innocuous for the most part. I mean, everything's been running fine. The only thing that I don't know how to deal with is delineating the orders to. I mean, people keep coming to me for questions. I know what to do with my guys, but Jackson's got way more ghouls that are like on the same level as I am. So
Oh, I know. Well, starting today, go ahead and direct those calls to me. I will be taking care of most business at my place. You're welcome to visit me there, but I have some redecorating to do.
I
Thank
got,
you
I
for
don't
the
have to deal
rebel.
with this shit anymore.
Also,
Yeah.
where's the other keys?
Oh, here, and he hands you 3 sets of keys, and he goes, "I honestly don't give a fuck anymore."
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Put
Ah!
them in some sort of way.
One more thing. This was in your room. I didn't go in. One of the maids left this for you, and you see that it is a letter with a wax seal that has been broken. Well,
Opens it.
listen, I didn't know if it was like I didn't know if you like ran away or.
Shut up.
Okay.
Opens it.
Um,
Cautiously.
it says pawn to e4.
Thank you very much, Anderson. You can go.
Yep.
She'll close
Okay.
the door again. What's the most expensive thing in here?
Oh man, there's a lot of options. Probably some of the like vases that he keeps in the corner of the rooms.
Excellent.
No, you know what? Because Jackson's this kind of guy. There's a bust of him that's on his stand.
Thematic.
She's going to grab it, one hand, and crush the head.
Yep, and the marble scatters across the floor as the rest of the bust against the ground.
And yeah, she's just going to destroy this room.
Okay. All right.
I'll take my
Genevieve,
leave.
you find yourself. You say that, and you're pretty sure that she didn't even hear you over the sounds of like metal things being thrown, ceremonial swords being thrown, a large picture being punched out of the frame, the various books being tossed onto the ground and crushed under heel. Doesn't seem to be giving you much mind at the moment.
Genevieve will leave.
Okay.
Smart. I think however long that destruction takes, now the breath at the end of it, Victoria will probably go just like, "Oh, Jackson. To kill me is one thing, but to touch my family is another."
And as you are, whether you've done it consciously or unconsciously, you see that the one thing that you have not touched in the room
Chessboard.
is the chessboard that is sitting on the desk, and there is indeed a pawn at e4.
she will touch. So I'm assuming he said it's the white pawn at e4.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to. Oh, I haven't played chess in so long, but she's going to. she's gonna leave the board, like move a corresponding pawn.
Okay. Pawn to e4 would literally be the first pawn that's in front of the queen, just moving 2 spaces forward. So it's the very beginning of a chess game.
Okay. Similar on black.
Okay. And as you make that move, the camera pans out of the large glassed window and over to the shared haven of Minerva Noctua and Ray Renault. What are you folks doing over the course of 7 days?
You would notice that Ray is definitely the child for at least 3 or 4 days. I'll let you start with what you want to do, and I have a list.
I was hoping I wrote this down because my pea brain will forget. I was hoping to get. Oh my god, and they were roommates.
Stop.
Never. I was hoping to get work a little bit on that book, get a fake, like get a mask, and maybe reach out to my sibling.
Okay. So it's super easy to get a hold of an N95. Did you want to get a hold of a more elaborate mask than that?
Yeah, perhaps a mask that could hold up to a background check or two.
Okay. And as you purchase this mask, you will have received several text messages from Edwin that were discussing the prospects of removing you from at least local police records and blacklisting you across the city of Detroit and making sure that you're scrubbed from the records. And you also apologize for not having taken care of it sooner.
Yeah. Was a little distracted. Might be finger gun emoji.
And you begin to I'm very excited for this. You begin to thumb through the book. You've had this book for a while at this point, and now you're finally sitting down to read it outside of when you went over it with oh my goodness, Nymeria. She mostly read the book and relayed information to you. Go ahead.
Pawn to e6. That's what Victoria did.
Okay, gotcha. And you are now finally getting a chance to pore over this book yourself. But you don't speak Egyptian. So
How
you're struggling a little bit.
How many experience points would it take for me to buy a language?
Well, that is not exactly how that works. But I will let you make an intelligence plus occult roll. With the exception that you're also, the language is Arabic. Apologies, not Egyptian. But I will let you make an intelligence plus occult roll.
Okie dokie.
With the exception that 3 of the dice must be hunger dice.
Okay. Would this count towards blood magic? And could I use my specialty?
It would count toward blood magic, and you can use your specialty.
Okay, intelligence plus. I need 1 more dice. It will be you. Look at all these marks. Okie dokie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 5 successes, and this dice rolled a 1, but it was not my hunger dice, so I'm going to eat it.
Okay. So as you take the time to this is a bad choice. The camera's on your character for such a long time. This is a poor choice of yours. As you
I want to see how long you hold it. I really do.
as you begin to flip through,
It's gone.
as you begin to flip through the book, you don't speak Arabic. You're not understanding most of the words. You do see most of the symbols, and you hear a voice over your shoulder that you know to be the hunger that permeates your soul as a kindred. And it says, bleed.
Okay.
And without much attempt, as you turn the next page, you get a paper cut. And you sort of, as the first drip of Vitae hits the pages, all the pages in the book turn to the last one, which is blank, sort of the notes page. And as the Vitae continues to drip onto the notes page, you hear in your ear, ask a question.
Who was the owner of this book?
Do you say that out loud?
Quietly.
Okay. As you do, the next drip of Vitae hits the page and sinks down into the paper, and black ink appears in its place. And it says, there's only been one owner of this tome.
Which was their name?
And as the blood drips again, the response is, the kine took to calling me Isis, I believe.
When were you originally from?
Dear Minerva, I believe you know the tales of the goddess Isis.
I do. It's just curious.
Yes. Curious indeed. And what does a blood sorceress of your youth seek to learn from me?
Anything.
And there's a long pause, and all the ink on the page melts into one word that is slanted in italic and says, wonderful. Ray, you rise, and you see Minerva is hunched over a book with a bloody finger.
Are you gonna eat that?
The what?
Blood. You got blood on your finger.
Sorry.
Ray, if you don't react fast enough, Ray would come over grab your finger, look you dead in the eye.
Did you learn nothing? This was literally the last episode of last season. Nothing.
Okay. You are very lucky that I cannot make any bonds. That is not a smart thing to do, Ray. That is. You should put the recorder on so both of you hear this. You should not regularly drink from other kindred.
But it's so tasty, and it's different, you know.
Yes, okay, yes, it's intellectually, it's very fascinating, but it is a very people can hold power over you. It's also very, very taboo. It's not a good thing. Okay, this tiny drop should be fine. It'll be fine. It's just, for future reference. Just, are you recording? Is other Ray hearing this?
No, not at all. I left the recorder in the other room. So anyway, I'm gonna lie down with my head in your lap. I'm gonna go on a couch.
Okay. Right.
And I'm gonna look up at you. What you doing?
I am gonna pick up a different book. That is not this magic book. And it's just, just reading, doing some studying. I'll get book for dummies on in Arabic.
So, have you made any progress on that other book that you just closed? Not so subtly.
Not that much. It's not in English, so I'm trying to learn Arabic. Started nicked myself while looking over the book.
Yeah, I don't speak that either. Yeah, no, nothing remotely like that. No, as I look over my character sheet.
Yeah, so, it's about time that I'd sort of branch out and learn other languages, not like but, stop, she's gonna, if your head's in her lap and we're on a couch, she's just, awkwardly holding this book, at a distance so your face can still look, but, so she can still read the book,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just,
So, hey, so I had an idea.
Uh-huh.
You know how you don't have fangs?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, right, what if we went and caught someone and I bite them and then you can drink their blood?
It's very sweet of you to offer. I mean, I've got bags though, and I'm honest, eating people, not super my shtick. I can bite people. It's just a lot, messier than.
Right. Yeah. Not having fangs would probably be, ripping. Yeah, it would be bad. It would be bad.
I just, bags are fine. I'm happy with bags. It's very sweet of you to offer. I just, Yeah.
Well,
unless you just want to go out for a walk, that's fine.
I mean, do you want to go out with me?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, it's good to get some exercise. Fresh air. We could go back to that park. Where there was that poetry slam stuff. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, that could be cool. I'd be down to go do that with you.
Yeah. Cool. That would be. Do we know how often they meet in the park? Do they do that every night, or is it just
You have no idea.
You went there
no idea.
Didn't ask any questions.
We can just try and see if they're there. I don't know, because there's a lot of, given the upheaval in the city of Kindred, maybe they won't be there. But we could just, drive around and see if they're there. also need to go see if I can find a cat.
A cat.
Yeah. Yeah, a cat.
Any cat?
No, well, I don't know per se any cat, but like.
So you're looking for a cat, a specific cat, but you don't know which specific cat.
Like a calico cat, like my neighbor's cat, because he tends to they tend to sort of wander around, and I'm not really sure.
Is it a good idea to go back to your old place?
Probably not. I probably would not. Probably would not go back to looking at the stream chat. Probably not go back to my apartment. Also, given that my neighbor is very convinced that I'm an alien for some reason. Like,
why would they think that?
I don't know. He's not the smartest kid. I don't know what his deal is. He's always 3 followers away from affiliate, even though he streams all the time. I don't know what his deal is. But I don't know. Yeah, why don't we just go drive around, see what there's to see. I can point out places to go, kindred stuff,
Sure.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Cool. I'll grab the book and get in my vehicle.
Okay.
As you walk out the door, Ray would definitely hold your hand. Or reach to grab your hand anyway.
Is this a thing? Okay, let's just. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could just. The car's right there. You feeling wobbly?
No, I just wanted to hold your hand.
Okay, just lock the car and get in.
For certain narrative reasons, we'll say that happens on the 7th day.
Okay.
So what are the other things that let's start with Ray, since you haven't really gotten into your list yet. What did Ray want to get into?
Well, first on my list was actually to go out with Fee. So
Right.
I thought that was perfect that you brought that up. There would definitely be an attempt at having a sleepover somewhere in there. The next thing that I would like to do is I would like to find out where Victoria lives.
Where who?
Where Victoria lives.
Oh, okay. So how would you like to go about doing that?
First, I would ask Minerva.
No clue.
And then I would, because if I remember correctly, the prince gave me control over all of my sire's assets, right? All of Cassandra's assets.
That is correct.
And so I feel like there's some people I can call.
There are.
So I would probably call Edwin to get a lowdown on who those people are.
Right, and he would send along a contact list. Her main point of contact was a ghoul that is named Edgar.
Does Edgar have a last name?
Not that is given to Ray.
Alan Ho.
Yep.
So I would definitely give them a call and say, you need to keep this on the down low. Okay. There's another kindred called Victoria Beester, and I would like to find out where she lives.
Oh, okay. Edwin told me you were new, but all right. I mean, I can look into it. What do you know anything else about her? She's a kindred. What clan?
What are the ones like really controlling and super rude?
Venture, okay.
That one.
I mean, I guess it could be Toreador, but
No.
All right.
Not that one.
You said Beaster.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a minute.
Wait, well, who was her sire again? Oh, I've heard this before. Something King? Does King ring a bell?
You want me to look into Jackson King's child? No,
just where she
fucking
lives.
way, buddy. Absolutely not.
I just need to know where she lives. If you ask, and she, I just need, work. You have contacts, right? You have people for this.
Fine. Probably gonna have to get rid of a fucking body tonight. Great.
There's not gonna be anyone killed. Don't worry. We're friends.
But not good enough friends to have ever been to her house ever.
No, I have a surprise for her.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't want her to know that I'm gonna be there.
Okay. So it takes him a little time, probably a day or two, and he gets back to you with an address, and he says, "Best I know, she stays at the King Manor, so you can send your surprise there."
Okay. And then I would like to make my way over there. And on the way there, I'd like to pick up a fish.
Okay. You managed to get a hold of a fairly large salmon.
Perfect. And I would like to, when I get to the King Estate.
Very nice place.
Do I see any security around? With heightened
really
senses?
oddly
no security. Okay.
No.
Do I no seeing, hearing, smelling?
You hear people inside, and you can smell that they are mostly kind. There are a couple weird in between, sort of kind, sort of kindred smells that you've come to recognize as being ghouls.
Okay. I would like to walk to one of the kind, and I would like to, just say hi. Really quick, would you mind telling me where Victoria Beaster sleeps? And I would like to mesmerize them to do that.
Okay, because as he looks at you, he definitely goes, Where? How did you get?
Don't worry about that. It's
fine. Yeah, I can show you to where Miss Beaster stays. And he sort of
thanks. You're such a doll.
Totters up the stairs a little sleepily and opens a door into a room that doesn't look like it's been in recent use. Victoria's certainly not in here currently.
Okay. Does Victoria use a coffin or a bed?
That's a question for Victoria.
There is a bed in the room.
What a vague statement. Is there some kind of hidden coffin? No, I look around.
You have an investigation skill.
I know, I do. No, and I mean, all I have is what you've given me, right? So I would see the bed, and I probably wouldn't think too much of it. The whole point of this really is I'm going to go and I'm going to take the pillow, and I'm going to slide the salmon under the pillow, just kind of between pillowcase and pillow.
Gotcha.
It's underneath. And then I'd be like, all right, let's go.
All right, and you waltz back out of the King Manor. So retroactively, Victoria, when you were handed that note, Edwin goes, Also, I don't know if you left like a like tuna salad in your room somewhere or something, but
I don't eat.
I know the maid said it. Okay, don't worry about it. And
This worked
was
out as
there
well as I hoped.
was there anything else
Oh.
that Ray wanted to get into?
Yeah. So okay, so it's 2 days. On the third day, if possible, I would like to look into where the church guy that bugged me and bugged Minerva, if I could find
Ah,
out where he lives.
you are actually contacted by Edwin about that. When he gives you the contacts, he will mention that he looked into this church fellow, and the description matches someone that has been seen through Detroit, but they do not appear to live in Detroit.
Hmm.
They've been moving from hotel to hotel since they arrived 2 months ago.
Okay. And do we know where they're staying now?
Not currently, no. Um,
Hmm.
if you're hoping to get your hands on him, uh, now that we know he's likely affiliated with the Second Inquisition, I think it's probably better if I take care of it.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't want to hurt him or anything. I just want to kind of mess with him, you know?
I get that impression, yes.
Hmm. Do we have a name, at least?
Um, no. He's been giving
Hmm.
different names to every motel that he stayed at.
Hmm.
He does always preface it by Father Blank, Father John, Father Gregos, etc., etc. So clearly the faith is very important to him.
Hmm. Okay. Well, that kind of bums my plans out. I wonder what Minerva's up to. I'm gonna head back and tie into
All
previous.
right. Awesome. So now that we have caught up with our coterie over the past 7 days,
Oh wait, no, I
Go
did
ahead.
want to have another thing.
You're totally fine. What's up?
Sorry. On the morning, where did my hair tie go? On the morning of the, or not the morning, the evening, the moonrise of the of the fourth day. Minerva, you would hear Ray wake up with a scream.
Go! Jeez, I'd run over to wherever the scream came
It's
from,
not well.
like golf club in hand. What's up? What?
Minerva.
Yes.
Oh God. How long has it been?
Since you were last here, 4-ish days. I tried to stop young Ray from smoking. I think they managed it a couple times.
Did I don't remember a lot about that night. Did I kill anyone?
No, you didn't kill anyone. Oh, so wait, out of Professor Ray hasn't been present since that. Oh, okay. No, you didn't kill anyone. You were fine. Took care of it. It's all good. Want to sort of fill in Ray on what's been happening since then.
Has that ever happened to you? That it just got like too much. Like I'm pretty good at keeping myself in check, but that was I couldn't stop. I just wanted to do horrible things. And
It can happen when you don't feed the beast inside. I haven't gotten that close, but was a little far along at some point.
I feel like you're one of the few in our coterie that kind of still holds on to that human part of them, at least in some degree.
That's probably true.
How do you deal with that? I wanted to kill those people and eat them. And I just, how do you do it? Like how do you manage it? I know
The hunger or the morality of our new lives?
the morality, the hunger I understand.
Well, it's sort of weird, isn't it? That our unlives now sort of rely on sometimes the death of others. Kind. Not a very kind word. Was it word? I don't know. When I turned, there was someone else there. Jonathan. He was a janitor at my school, and he got in the way of my sire turning me. I send anonymous payments to his family, to his wife and kids, to make sure that they are comfortable. I don't know if there is any way that we exist and follow a moral path, because I don't think the way that the people we've heard talk about morality really all our lives, our human, our kind lives, it's a totally different game now. What we are, who we are totally different than the lives we previously lived. And I don't know. I think it's just finding ways that make you feel more human, more grounded.
I look at people like Victoria, and I don't ever want to end up like that.
And we can work to make sure that you don't. Putting self-imposed rules in place. Lines that you don't cross. that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'm glad I found someone that's at least got, a modicum of restraint around this kind of thing I can talk to.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you spend 90% of your undead life studying the same things you studied while you were alive.
How's that going, by the way?
This book is interesting. A lot of my research kind of had to, a lot of my old books kind of had to got confiscated, so I had to start over a little bit, but, got quite a bit locked away in the old noggin, and I always carry my personal notebook with me, so it's going.
Well, I'd be happy to help you if you ever need anything. I've gone through it all already anyway, so trailing off into ending the conversation. Because otherwise we're just going to talk about school.
Nerd stuff.
Real quick, I'm going to do a quick snapshot for Fee, because that's going to dovetail into some other things. Fee, you get a text message from the person you texted earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And she asks to know where the address is.
Can you repeat that?
What the address is.
I'm going to send her the address of that club. What's that one club? The Oasis or something?
If you want to go to the Oasis, that's the Kindred Run club.
Maybe not that one then.
Yeah. The club you went to your first night here was... Oh, goodness.
It's not important that we know that right now.
The Annex, that's what.
Yeah. We'll send the address of that club and meet her there.
Okay. You go to send that text message, and we jump over to Lori real quick. Lori, it has been 4 days of you following around this very oddball, ostentatious woman, grabbing things that are just weird. You're not sure what she's grabbing. But you do know that you tried to leave several times, and you felt the pull of your blood contract, but you know that you are not done escorting her just yet. And as she picks up one of the several chickens that she's been keeping in the large RV that you all have rented, she says, "So, Lori, which chicken do you think is the cutest? We have little Starlight here," and she picks up one of the brown ones and says, "And this is my darling. Which one?"
They're chickens. They're not cute.
I disagree, but I appreciate your input. And she turns and sort of is moving around in just this odd, even the way she walks around the RV is in this odd pattern, but she seems to pick up things that you didn't even know she was intending to walk past. And eventually when she gets where she's going, she's holding everything that she needs when she gets there. It says, "I promise you that your contract is almost up. I do appreciate you moving me around these past days. As you can tell, Detroit is in a bit of a state, what with that thing being gone."
Yeah, thanks for dragging me into that. I'm sure happy to be here.
Well, it wasn't me now. It was the prince. I've told you this before. Whatever deal you all had, it's all a part of the script, darling.
Yeah, about that. Never been much of a reader. Don't care about the script.
An improv expert. That can be useful. Some of the
And-
best scenes come from off the top of the dead.
Lori will almost unconsciously start just flicking the lighter open and shut.
As you flick the lighter open, there's a flash of you standing outside of the large building, constructing a Molotov cocktail, flicking the lighter open, the rag catching fire, the heat around your hand, and the sound of the beast screaming against your personal urges to get away from the fire. You hold it, turn it, interested in the flame as usual, and you chuck it on the already burning institute. And you hear the muffled screams of the people inside as Ophelia has twisted the door shut and is looking up and down through the plexiglass window. And she turns, and you flick the lighter close in the RV. Yes, well, whatever is coming next, the next scene should be starting soon. And you hear her phone buzz. She turns, squints at it for about 2 or so minutes, and goes, But guess it's time to text Genevieve. And she scrolls across and shoots a text message to Genevieve that says, Hello, Starlight. Hopefully you haven't been too lost in my presence, and I hope you've enjoyed the company of Kara. Hold on to any reply you may have. As she sends that message off to Genevieve, she then turns and extends the phone out to you, Lori. Says, oh, please, I do think it's rather important that you see. It is the last bit of the script that I see you in for a little while, at least.
Lori won't take the phone. What is it?
And she sort of sits down next to you, turns the phone sideways, and starts playing a video that was sent from a long string of numbers. And you hear this very calm voice come through a black screen with a large circle in the center that is almost looks like dripping paint and an upside down V. And you hear, Hello, Coterie. We have an invitation for you. Please, make your way to Metro Park. There is much we should explain. The Vulture has been watching you all, and we are quite excited to meet. And everyone in our coterie receives this message on the 7th day. And that is where we're going to go on a break. Hopefully everyone is enjoying their time. I don't know what you mean.
Murder.
Hotter!
I didn't do anything. I'm by
You! Derby, we did this. It's fine.
We did this to ourselves! Hoisted by our own petard!
For
I feel
anyone
like
who
I'm
doesn't,
missing some context.
for anyone who doesn't know,
Same, honestly.
the episode of Chaotic Creations that I was on, I did Vampire the Masquerade on Chaotic Creations. And the character that we created has finally shown their face. So
I just started watching the pod or listening to the podcast, so I haven't gotten there yet. I'm like, damn it.
perfect. So with that having been said, everybody go stretch, take a break, drink some water, anything
No.
you need to do.
I'm just gonna
So we
scream
can
at you for
come
10
back.
minutes.
For the
Number!
Also, to clarify for people, if anyone was alarmed, I did swallow the dice, but it was a candy dice. So
Figured.
I
Also,
can just eat
2 mad
one.
lads tonight.
Alicia?
brain mood.
No. We're gonna go on break. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye!
hi. Welcome back. So last we left off, everyone received an odd message from someone called the Vulture to meet them at Metro Park. Lori, you're with Ophelia, who has shown you this video, and goes, well, that will be. I believe we're in the final stretch of what we need you to escort me to do. So,
Well, that's good to hear. Metro Park?
oh, that sounds like where we're going. Do we get to ride the bike again?
Do you have an objection to taking the RV?
I mean, the bike's so fun. It's freeing. Hair in
Yeah,
the wind and all that.
That's why the bike is mine.
All right, I suppose we can take the RV. Do you mind driving?
Not at all. And Lori will go and plop himself down in the driver's seat. No seatbelt.
All right, and you start up the rickety Aztec, and you drive back in from the outskirts of Detroit into the city proper. Fee, after this video leaves your screen, the message has just been sent.
Yeah. I'll text back, not the video, the other one, and say, I've got a thing at Metro Park. I'll see you later.
The response is fairly quick and goes, it's really? No question mark, just really?
No reply.
All right. Genevieve, after this odd video plays on your phone, and you see that both you and Kara are very watching it intently.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see a message pop up from Ophelia.
Well, look who's back on the stage.
Son of a bitch. Well, I think we both knew that she wasn't completely gone, but okay. Right. And you see that Kara's sort of looking at herself dressed in pajamas, like, this is not, I did not think that we were going to do this tonight.
Yeah, I think the penguins might need to be taken out
Maybe
of rotation.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Also, that video said coterie, so I guess I'll get to meet your acquaintances.
Sooner rather than later, it seems.
Yes, apparently.
Well,
Kara gets dressed in this blonde bob cut wig, very expensive looking sunglasses, and an all black pinstripe suit. She says, all right, ready?
yes. And Genevieve puts on just a brown bomber jacket and black t-shirt and jeans and just walks out.
All right. So you all begin to converge on Metro Park, unless someone had somewhere they'd like to stop first. You're muted, Alicia. You're still muted, Alicia?
Yep, there we go. I'd like to send a text first if I can.
Absolutely.
Because I have Edwin's number, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Completely out of the blue, like she's gonna put like, "Hey, hope you recovered. Do you still have sex?" ?
There is a heavy pause. And then the response comes back, yes. Why?
Guess. but busy tonight. Talk later.
All right. And
Right,
you
sure.
all begin making your way to Metro Park. Go ahead, Minerva.
I was going to ask, which version of Ray do we have right now?
Looks like Professor Ray.
Professor Ray?
Yeah.
Maybe just press. You have your recorder thing, right? Just.
Yeah. I bring it with me everywhere.
Other one does not do so much. You should just, press the button pressed.
Just at all times, or just you mean the meeting?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Don't want them startled in the middle of a crowd.
Oh, remind me when we have time to pick your brain about this thing, because I'm kind of afraid to touch other buttons. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Oh yeah, you want to experiment? We can do scientific. I can make an Excel spreadsheet. We can do all. Yeah, excellent, cool. Let's do that.
There's an eject button on this thing, and that scares me.
There is an eject button. Yeah, just let me know if you press any of those buttons at any point in time.
I will.
Please and thank you. So you all begin making your way to Metro Park. And as you all pull up, you see that having beat you there is this large, sort of beat up RV. That there is a very dour looking person standing in front of, flicking a lighter open and close and open and closed. You also see the same sort of sleepy faced Malkavian man with pale skin and curly white hair, sort of sitting in the grass, looking up to another person. Dark skin, very short, shorn, buzz cut hair with a red mohawk, and this tattoo over their left eye that looks somewhat like this. And they see you all begin to approach. You do have a moment to speak amongst yourself, as the coterie has rejoined for the first time in about a week, with a few sparse exceptions.
Hello, everyone.
Victoria's ignoring everybody and going back to text person she just texted, just checking with women. That's my time.
Okay. You have to check your phone again at some point.
At some point, yes.
Hi, who are you?
Oh, I'm Kara. Pleasure to meet you. I'm sort of Ophelia's fail-safe, if that makes sense. Backup. One of her retainers.
Fun.
Sure.
And you with the... That's dangerous, by the way, so... Yeah, no, that's the one. Yeah. I can give you some tips if you want.
About.
Okay.
Oh, they're fun.
Okay.
Are you
All right.
for a reason?
Yeah, some crazy old lady told me to take her here.
Is that my starlight I hear out there?
There she is. Hello, mommy dearest.
And
Chromatic
you
Chimera,
see-
hi.
Yes, that chromatic chimera has raided us. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. You see that the door opens, and dressed as ostentatiously as always, you see the face of Ophelia Justine, whom you all have not seen in quite some time.
Oh,
Mummy dearest, good to see you. Not quite your usual, ride or company, I suppose?
Yes, Laurie is a little dour and they like to play dangerously, if you understand my meaning, but I must admit, I've had quite a wonderful time roughing it, as it were, and I've collected, just so many very important things for the future. But look at you, my darling. You look so wonderful.
Thank you?
And she comes up and hugs you tightly, and then turns and says, Kara, yes. And she goes, your retainer, yes. Pleasure. And Ophelia goes, and she very daintily takes the hand and kisses it. Well, well, well. I believe we're here for an important conversation. That very serious person over there, I believe, is one of our newest actors.
The vulture?
Well, I've met the vulture, and that's not them, but I do believe that this is a protege. But why wait for me to ponder skeptically? Let's go introduce ourselves. Actually, you know what? I think I'll let you children take the lead. This will be interesting. I haven't seen this coterie in full swing yet.
hi.
And you see that there's sort of raised eyebrows at the very odd hugging and passing around and hello.
Hello.
I did have other things planned tonight,
The
so if we can
Malkavian with
like.
white hair, that's,
Hypnos.
Hypnos, yes.
Well, how you doing? What you doing here?
Just looks up and says, hey there.
Hello, Hypnos. Good to see you again.
Yeah. And you see the person sort of looks to Hypnos and goes, right. As I was about to say, my name is Joe Ashton. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am here on behalf of the Vulture. As I'm sure you all have noticed, with the prince being assumedly dead, there has been quite a bubbling power struggle, as it were. This sort of disgusting grabbing and lust for power is becoming a bit of a problem. The rule of two has been thrown out, and some people have seen it fit to begin siring a bit wildly.
New babies?
New babies.
Fee,
Oh, fun.
Fee, we've met. We know each other.
No,
I'm a new one.
no, Ray. I know that. Like new ones.
Oh God, how long has it been already? Time is so confusing nowadays.
2-3 weeks, maybe?
Since Ray has been sired, it's been a month, 4 weeks.
A month? So, like,
This losing time thing is really messing with me. Anyway, you were saying.
Yes, the problem is that these children are being sired, and then their sires are simply turning back to their power grabbing and vying for the throne. So these children are left unkept.
uh-oh.
But that is not exactly why I called you here, to be entirely honest. My mentor and myself is seeing fit that the kindred that are just left in the wind will be taken care of. I don't expect any of you to undergo such a task. There's a problem, a big one. The prince's disappearance has been kept mostly under wraps to the Anarch presence in Detroit. But there's one loose thread that seems to have figured out the secret. And my mentor tells me that you know her very well.
Oh no.
Wow.
I felt it was best to reach out to you because it will be mutually beneficial if you all could very kindly kill Charlotte Bataille.
Isa.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Uh-huh. Fortunately for you, she doesn't like us very much.
Oh, that won't be a problem at all.
well, dealing with Charlotte means also dealing with the angler.
And perhaps some of her demon spawn that she keeps around.
She
I was going to say
she
that
does like
demon
that.
brother of hers.
Angler
have
has
to go-
quite a mean left hook, I hear.
We don't have to go back in the sewers, do we?
Probably.
Well,
Maybe not, though.
Oh,
do
To be
you?
honest, I don't overly care how you do it. It just needs to be handled quietly, preferably, but at this point the Anarchs are already chomping at the bit to try and encroach on our ground, and it will be easier to explain away the death of one over-ambitious Anarch than it will be to let her get back to the Baron and explain to him that there is in fact no leadership in Detroit proper.
What do we get?
You get to kill one of the few people that is a known enemy of your coterie.
Is that all?
Yes, it is.
You know
Laura
where
looks back
she
down
is?
at her phone.
The response message was among others.
Fair enough.
What was the question, Minerva?
Do you know where she is at this moment?
Well, as I'm sure you do, we know where the angler usually stays. Her haven is one of the few things that she doesn't run her mouth about, but she's also commonly found at the Art Institute. You could start there. A lot of the Anarch Toreadors make their home there.
Oh, I'd rather not siege the museum. It's such a nice place. Well,
we can just pop in and say hello.
I'm sure that she'll take very kindly to that.
Well,
Could-
we know that she has a certain attachment to the angler.
It's because
In fact, when we brought it up, it made her quite angry.
Oh yeah.
it's because she finds beauty in ugly things. The more repulsive,
Right.
the more attractive. That's how she works.
Could I try something real quick? I could not hear what you just said.
What would you like to try?
Could I try to illuminate the trail of prey right now and trying to target Charlotte?
Sure. Do you have the Book of Isis with you?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead and add an extra dot to your blood sorcery for the purposes of this test.
Okay. So this is blood sorcery plus intelligence for this one?
For a ritual test, it should say it right above the spell.
White Satin. Oh, it doesn't say any rolls.
Well, when the book doesn't say rolls, that usually means that there aren't any, but let me do a quick double checkerino if you don't mind.
No worries.
It is called Find the Prey.
Illuminates the trail of prey. It's a level 2 ritual.
I see. Do you have a...
Oh, no, there it is.
Do you have a white satin ribbon with you?
I would imagine I would have picked one up if I learned this spell.
All right. So go ahead and...
Intelligence and survival, I see.
Yes.
There's no dice roll for this. Digital dummy. I have no points in survival. Yay.
I believe in Jeremy.
So just 4 dice?
Is that including the extra one from the Book of Isis?
No.
So go ahead and add one to that pool.
Okie dokie. Oh, boy, that's a messy crit on my hunger die.
Oh, wonderful.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay. So, as these successes happen, you feel a hand on your shoulder and another one grasp your chin as your eyes cloud over with what almost looks like moonlight. And it just tilts your head toward where the Detroit Art Institute is and says, "Illuminate the path from the moon. All you need to do is follow it."
Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How visible is it that Minerva's doing magic?
She has to spray her own vitae over the white satin rib, and then it's a whole ritual. It is quite obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lori has crossed their arms and took a whole ass step back.
It does catch on fire, though.
Yes, it does.
Is it because Lori's feeling hungry?
And as this is happening, Lori, Genevieve, and Ray, you notice in particular that Hypnos, it's just one hand on chin and is smiling at Minerva.
She's at the Detroit Institute. And if she leaves, we can follow her. Or I can follow her and then you can follow me.
See something you like, Hypnos?
I just haven't seen her in a while.
Me?
No, darling. Old friend. Ignore me.
Can I
I'm just
insight?
here to watch.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
Is insight plus anything?
Make an insight plus wits.
Okie dokie. Does my hunger go up because I had a messy crit on my hunger die?
Not while you're holding the book.
I like this book.
I don't.
I do.
That makes me distrustful.
This book is now Minerva's favorite thing. Okie dokie.
When your level 1 picks up a cursed item.
Cursed
Seriously?
legendary item.
It's not level 1.
That's 2 successes.
Okay. With 2 successes, you squint at Hypnos, who is suddenly about an inch from your face, and says, "Careful what books you read, girl." And then he tilts his head past yours, looking to where you heard the voice come from. And he goes, turns and plops back down in the grass.
With heightened senses, would I see anyone there? Any hint?
You don't see anyone, but there is a moment when the ritual takes hold. You don't have the best understanding of magic, but there is something about when the spell takes hold. You can't tell if it's you're not your lack of understanding of magic is to say that you can't tell if it's the fact that magic is being cast or something else, but your hairs definitely stand on end as Minerva is sort of turning toward where the direction.
As someone with both heightened senses and a slightly better understanding of magic,
You feel a presence, but you're not sure if that's a result of the spell or what.
did
Mostly just because I'm distrustful of everything that's happening here. Can I use Sense the Beast to see if I sense anything there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
So it's Resolve and Animalism.
Yes, it is.
Okay. How many hunger die do I have?
You 3 of your dice pool are currently hunger die.
3 of my 4.
Yep.
Cool.
Magic's so good, you see God.
goddess, excuse me.
Okay. I don't know what these numbers mean, so I'll just tell you I got a 4 on my regular die, and on my 3 hunger die, I got a 7, an 8, and a 10.
Okay. So that's a messy crit.
Okay.
Anything a 6 and above is a success. And if you get a 10 on one of your blood die, then it is a messy critical, which means you succeed, but you do it at it's essentially the beast is guiding you through your success. And as you're staring at this magic and you see the this she must be a Tremere, obviously. Sort of look in the direction of the Institute, your hairs stand on end, and you catch a whiff of something very, very old. And it resonates with the beast inside you, and it says, "Something's wrong."
You okay there, friend?
Your friend doesn't know what she's doing.
She knows more than any of us. I trust
That's
her.
not reassuring.
Hey,
I
listen,
don't know what to tell you.
I know I'm new, but like, the magic behind the ritual's pretty solid, you know.
So do
No,
we head
I-
to the Art Institute? Is that or to the Detroit Institute? Is that the plan?
Well, as much as I hate to admit it, Minerva did have a point. There's going to be how many kindred there? If we can,
Like to run with the crowd.
if we can get some leverage of our own.
And
Come in.
you see Ophelia sort of peep up from the back and say, "Yeah, if I could make a suggestion, if the Detroit Art of Institute is something that the Toreadors hold near, perhaps you could find out where she is if the Detroit Art of Institute of Art was no longer there."
I'll glare at Ophelia.
Oh, but there's so much to destroy so much art and research that.
Victoria looks at Lori. Do you have a price for your services?
I'm already under contract. And not one I particularly like.
Well,
So I'm
luckily-
not keen to stay in Detroit longer.
Luckily for you, you've reached the end of it. And then you'll provide such a lovely little trail for the Kine, we can say that the arsonist skipped town. I'll be sure to have a couple snapshots of you taken to give to the police, and on your way out, I'll also give them those. Their jurisdiction ends at the city lines. They won't chase you further than that. And we'll solve 2 birds with 1 stone.
And then I don't really give a shit what happened to your prince. Then I can leave.
Absolutely. That would be the end of your contract.
Just Kindred inside?
Yes, it's far too late for any Kine to be inside.
Fine.
Problem is, a building like that's going to have a very good fire suppression system
Yeah.
to protect all the pieces.
Well, at the very least, I'm pretty good with computers. I can shut off the internal alarms. No fire departments will be on their way there. I can't exactly shut down the sprinkler systems. You'll have to get ingenuitive for that, but I can ensure that no Kine will come toward the building.
Do you have any blueprints of the, or could you get blueprints of the Detroit Art Institute?
Well,
You all are complicating this a lot.
I'm just thinking it'd be good to know our entrances and exits and leave one that they can all scamper out of. And it makes it easier to track her down.
All right. And they sort of flip out a phone and say, we can probably find one. I'll need a number. We'll need a number to forward it to.
You said it right.
Great. All right. But that's taken care of.
As if we're trying to burn this place down, the sprinkler system is probably connected to the water system. There would be probably a boiler in the basement. That also has the water connection to the city. You can probably shut off the main water from there so that there's no water in the sprinkler system. However, that means someone has to go in there.
Any one of us particularly stealthy?
I thought that you wanted my services.
Is that we don't okay? What are your services? Sorry, I don't know you. So
Your prince could tell you, but as far as I can tell, she burned up. Not when I started, by the way. Kindred don't like fire.
You do?
No.
I do. And I'm pretty good at it.
Lit.
Is that the only service you offer?
Lori will look you up and down and say, yes.
We'll see.
Fucking Toreadors.
Well,
well, if you can, go ahead.
I can melt things if need be.
Funny
Melt
story.
how?
A little bit of vitae, and it hurts a little bit, but you know, as it were.
I actually, oddly enough, can pick locks.
That's my starlight.
We can
And
also
you
just
see-
go get some starch, some cornstarch. That will simplify the number of things.
Maybe gasoline.
For the fire pot, yes. The cornstarch isn't for that part.
If you want the kindred to know it was kindred, you're going to have to do it differently. If you want the Kine to think it was Kine, you're going to have to do it differently.
Well, please, you're the expert.
What's the building made out of?
It's pretty old. It's erected early 19th century, I think. marble, a few steel reinforcements, or metal reinforcements of some kind. I don't know that much about it.
You said art?
Yeah, it's Detroit Institute of Arts.
That's tender enough.
Oh,
How much of the place do you care about burning?
we only need enough to get them out of the building.
Yeah, we don't.
They're kindred, it shouldn't be hard.
Yes, if we could not completely destroy one of the very few beautiful things in this city, that'd be great.
Probably burn some of the entrances and leave one hidey hole for them to scamper out of. Let them think that they've successfully evaded whatever attack we've put on them.
Fine.
Okay. And you see that Kara, at this point, has sort of slipped away from Ophelia's grasp and is just staring at Hypnos, sort of just tottering towards him, looking around him, absolutely bewildered. And Ophelia comes up and covers the eyes and says, not this evening, darling. And you see that Genevieve, make an insight plus wits check.
For sure,
With
for sure.
extra dots, because I will say that you have a speciality in Ophelia.
Insight plus wits. That is one of my corner stats. BB.
Coolio.
So 1 hunger die. And you said how many extra dots? Just one?
Just one extra die.
Okay. Wits is 1, 2, 3, 4. Insight is 1, 2, 3, and then I need one more. Five successes, messy critical.
Okay. You notice that Ophelia is refusing to look at Hypnos. Is very pointedly trying not to look at Hypnos. And then everyone around you begins to move in reverse. Back to the point where Ophelia began to step toward the back. You see Hypnos staring at the back of Ophelia, and you see a slight shiver to her before she says, "I'll let you children handle this," and steps to the back.
Did time just go back?
It was one of your visions in reverse.
Okay.
Because you got a messy crit.
Interesting.
Well, I believe that Kara will take me back to the manor. It's been so long since I've been home. Hopefully the place is not a dreadful mess. And I will let you all get to your business.
Right. So is this a thing that we're doing right now, or do you need time to gather supplies, or...
It's the thing I think that we're doing right now.
It's a museum, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yay.
Well, let's boogie. Not to make light of a dangerous situation.
I'll meet you there.
Oh, honey.
Would you like me to stay with you?
No, I don't think so. I think I'll be all right.
Can I
Victoria.
insight that?
Sure.
If you'd like to, yeah. Insight plus wits. What would Victoria like to do?
Empathy?
Yeah. Cool with making that an empathy check. I'm here for it.
5 successes.
Okay. Genevieve, and correct me if I'm wrong, seems like she has suddenly got a question in her head that she would like answered.
Yep. Wants to have a conversation with Hypnos without anyone else there. I'll be fine.
Oh.
All right.
You know where to find us, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it goes well.
Me too.
Pointing at Lori, you can come with me if you need a ride. I'm just trying to walk away.
I'll look at Ophelia and I'll say, "Are you keeping the ride?"
Oh, the RV. Oh, yes, it's a rental. I've got to get back at some point.
I'll walk up behind Fee and say, "I'll drive."
Oh, I have someone for that.
Fine.
All right. And who's getting into what car?
Interesting question.
Yes.
Did Cassandra leave any cars?
She left a moped. That is
Amazing.
She fucking did.
Amazing.
Cassandra left you a
yellow with
mope.
black stripe.
It has a vanity plate,
Nice.
right?
Of course it does.
Fucking hilarious.
Of course it does.
Ray, Child Ray has been riding that thing everywhere.
Oh, of course they have.
Mhm. Absolutely.
The vanity plate says Foxy Grandpa. by the
Oh
way.
god.
Yes, yes it does.
If Lori sees that, they eye it like,
Oh, we wouldn't have ridden that here.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
I would have
Minerva's
hitched a ride
car,
with
I'd assume.
Minerva, probably.
Yeah.
In Minerva's very reasonable automobile.
Yes. It's a.
I guess that Lori is going with Fee.
Yay!
Okay.
And not in my C-Max hybrid?
No.
Victoria, that would leave you riding by yourself unless you wanted to wait for Genevieve to finish her conversation.
You can wait for Genevieve.
Sick.
You're welcome to hop in with us. You know, time and all.
Said to
I've got
Victoria.
plenty of space, too.
Cool.
I think she's fine. I think she's fine. I'm just gonna, yeah. Just buckle up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna-
Gonna need friends at some point. Just saying.
Sorry, wait, was Ray talking to Victoria?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because you said you were gonna stay,
sorry,
and I was like,
I
you
didn't
can hop in with
realize
us.
that. My bad. That's why
I thought you were.
react.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were
just assumed it was
just
in
dead
character.
faced,
Character just.
just completely stonewalling. I was like,
I think
cool.
that's
All right.
everything that anyone needs to know about Victoria is that we all were just like, all right, well, that's her answer.
I guess so.
The sad thing is that's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not
Take
wrong.
two.
Ray says
Do you want to
that-
ride? You know, for time's sake, you know, you can hop in with us.
Well, Genevieve.
Let's just go. Buckle up. Buckle up.
Guys pull off. Mercedes sort of looks in the rear view and sees Lori and goes, "Oh boy," and just starts driving.
I look at Mercedes and then I look at Fee and I said, "You keep one as a pet? Seriously?"
Oh, she's very useful. She gets me a lot of things. Just last week, she shot someone in the head for me. That was cool.
Yep.
I forgot how soft the city kindred are. Can't shoot someone in the head yourself.
It's just...
You got in the wrong car. Absolutely got in the wrong car.
I prefer something a little more personal.
Like, do you engrave the bullet? I don't understand.
No. I will pull out the sword, the like dueling sword that Fee keeps with like gem encrusted handle.
Well, that's old school as hell.
And quite sharp. It works in a pinch.
So as you all pull off, with the exception of Victoria, Genevieve, Hypnos is sitting in the grass, just humming.
And I'll sit down across from Hypnos.
She still doesn't like me very much.
No, she really doesn't. It's quite interesting.
I find it funny.
She doesn't
Can't
like
see
to look
why.
at you.
Yes, well, after all, what is the director to the producer, I suppose?
Oh, so you're the one that funds the production.
No, I'm the one who keeps things on schedule.
Oh.
Tell your sister that I'm sorry if I'm a bit much to try and piece together.
Oh, she hasn't quite figured you out yet.
Yes. Many years lead to many choices, lead to many paths.
What a tangled web we weave.
Do you know what I've done for your sire? It's a silly question. You couldn't.
Definitely not.
Well, when she was a Malkavian, as you well know, we all have our banes, but her director bit isn't hers, actually. It was a gift, one that I gave her. I opened her eyes to the script of the world. Or, I opened her eyes to the grander machinations of things that were going on. She decided to take it as a script and adopted this director persona. I think it actually is quite an analogous metaphor. Props to her, I suppose.
And then she calls us all actors on the stage. Parts to be
Yes.
played.
Does what she can to cope. The gifts can be overwhelming at times.
I've been told I sleepwalk. I know that I sleepwalk. But when I walk with purpose. I don't think I'm very much of an actor.
Perhaps you're a showrunner. Ha! Maybe you're a creative lead.
No, I don't know if that's my art of choice, even.
The whole world's a stage, Genevieve. And he'll sort of put a finger under your chin, just tilt your head from side to side briefly, and the eyes flicker. Oh, you still haven't opened the gift I gave you. Shame. And another old friend has touched you. What is it about your coterie? You're attracted by the old, while ushering in the new.
How do I open your gift?
Oh, darling, the gift will open as soon as you're ready for it. Granted, that might not mean when you're expecting it, or when you want it, or that it'll open at an advantageous time. But when you're ready, your sight will expand, Genevieve. The child, Ray, they're too young. I cannot give them the gift yet, but as someone who has seen the inside of the present after the wrapping, their gift is quite something. Make sure they hold on to that conduit they have. It'll help them in the long run.
I will. Is there anything you want from me? You gave me a gift.
What do I want from Genevieve? Ah! And he digs around in his pack, and he hands you a extraordinarily shittily made MS Paint flyer. I'm looking for more members for the poetry club. I know your Toreador friend didn't get a chance to share, so hopefully they're still interested.
Well, I think I can convince them. Who knows? Maybe that's my art of choice.
Tell me, Genevieve. And he starts leaning closer to you before resting his chin on your shoulder. Have you ever heard the tale of the Sandman? And your eyes close for like a good 2 seconds before you pry them back open. And hypnosis is gone.
Well, Genevieve will stand and walk back towards the vehicle where Victoria's waiting.
Victoria, you receive a chirp on your old cell phone. That is an email from Warren Snipe. He tells you that the youngest member of the family you told him to look into was most recently graduated summa cum laude from the college that they attend university at, which they were given a free ride by someone. There's big question mark there as a point of interest. An anonymous free ride to a college of their choosing. The only stipulation was that it had to be in the United States of America.
Interesting. Door's unlocked for whenever Genevieve wants to get in.
Hop in the passenger seat. Buckle up.
Go talk.
Interesting talk.
Yeah. It seems your family is all right.
Yes. Mummy Dearest is back and with the retainer.
Retainer. Right. Not the family I meant, though. She's driving while this is happening.
I didn't ask you to check in.
You didn't tell me not to.
My husband's long dead. My daughter is probably in her 80s by now. Probably in a nursing home somewhere. I try not to think of anyone I didn't know. But I always wonder.
have the information if you want it. And in times like these, if you have the urge to know, it is best to take the opportunity while you have it. You never know what forces try and take some from you.
I'll put a hand out.
It's
Like
an email on your
expectantly.
phone,
Yeah.
so
Like if you give me the phone for the.
Oh, she'll pull up the email and hold the phone. She's very one-handed, but she doesn't actually let the phone go.
You know, you have to start trusting people eventually.
It's not that I do not trust you. It's just personal thing, answer.
Vicky, darling.
Am I?
I'm almost 100 years old. Do you really think I could hack your phone?
Yes. Although, going by how you text, perhaps not.
ring, 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 ring. Phone call. Phone call.
Is that
Victoria.
actually happening?
Yes, Victoria.
Oh,
It is neither of your phones. It is Jackson's phone that you have that is ringing. There's not a name attached to the number.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. At that point, Victoria will actually just hand you her phone. Pick up the phone. Hello?
Victoria. Hi.
So nice to hear from you.
Isn't it just darling to hear your voice as well? Question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
What do you know about changelings?
May I ask why you're interested?
Well, I've got to make sure that my child's been keeping up with her studies. After all, someone who can take the face of another, the smell of another, well, something to keep tabs on.
No. It's so touching for you to make sure I do my homework. It warms my little dead heart.
Yes, it is important you do your homework, because the final exam is coming soon, Miss Beaster. And the line disconnects.
Very carefully puts the phone back down. I'm very glad I broke all his things. Otherwise, I probably would have destroyed that phone.
All right. And eventually, you all arrive to the outskirts of the Detroit Art Institute. Lori, you all see, is immediately out of the car and is just doing a preliminary walk around the front of it. Puts a hand up against the material, muttering to themselves.
Tell Mercedes to keep it running. Get out.
Best we can probably hope for is to smoke them out. The building itself won't burn. So, sorry, YouTube, but I'm gonna have to burn the things inside the building. You there, the smart one, pointing at Ray. You were almost right. The sprinklers in a place like this, they're not gonna go off immediately.
That was me.
Oh, that was you? Oh, then I'm pointing. One of the two of you. Whoever. They're not going to go off immediately. There's going to be a delay. the kind that want to damage their precious art. So we have a moment to get it turned off.
Right. I was suggesting that we find where the water intake for the sprinkler system is and just shut it off.
If this place has a basement, that's a good bet.
You have blueprints from Joe?
Yes, they would have been. They would have been sent to you, Minerva, on the drive over. And there is indeed a basement and a boiler room.
Got it right here.
Is there some kind of room on there that's for like keeping the art looking pretty after it's been around for a while?
Restoration room?
Yes. Yeah, sure, that.
There would be a restoration room on the second floor.
Restoration room would probably have turpentine. Very flammable.
Among other things. That's best bet. Especially if we're trying to make the kind of think it was one of them.
So, Minerva, you are sent 2 separate documents about the Detroit Art of Institute. Detroit Art of Institute, I keep saying that. This was full of wine. The Detroit Institute of Arts, rather. It was originally constructed in 19 shit in my asshole. I just read this.
19
That's a
shit
year?
in my asshole. That's a historic
Let me just
year.
write that down.
19
real
teens,
quick.
right?
19
It was originally constructed in
shit
1927, but in 2007 is when it was reinforced in different parts of the building. There's not steel throughout the entire structure, but there is steel in certain places as a part of that restoration to sort of help the failing parts of the building that were weathered and falling apart.
All right. So, which of you can not be noisy?
I was pretty good at hide and seek as a kid.
Looking at feet questioningly.
With a little bit of concentration and if I rouse the blood properly, I can move through a place unseen.
I can go through walls.
I just like to stop. I mean, we still would have gotten there pretty quickly, but we did make a stop because Victoria. No, that cornstarch was bought. That will be part of this plan. If Victoria says, "Like, I have a dot in science, and I'm gonna fucking use it." Okay.
I can go through walls.
More Tremere bullshit. Okay.
Listen, I
Well,
like
that
it's.
sounds useful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I want to see this.
So, at least one of you, probably 2, if you're not great at the whole sneaking thing, is going to want to go down to the basement, turn off the water system if you want this place to actually burn. I'm going up to the second floor to find some fuel. One of you who wants to point out which of these fancy art things I can't burn, come with me, because otherwise I don't give a shit.
I'll go. Maybe I can dig something up.
Can you be quiet?
I can do my darndest.
Who else is on Team Basement?
I mean, it was my plan, right? So I should probably go along.
Which?
This is gonna go so well.
Well, I can get us into the building.
I want to take a look at the thing on Minerva's phone, the blueprints.
Mm-hmm.
How many side entrances are there?
Side entrances, there are about 5.
And just from my reconnaissance, how much in terms of electronic surveillance was there on this building?
Just from the full sweep you did, there are a couple cameras, but most of them actually appear to be pointed in ways that are not helpful.
Mm-hmm.
You get the feeling that since this is a kindred space, that most of the surveillance is tampered with when the night comes, so that there aren't questions about kindred coming in and out.
In terms of if I passed any of the side doors, did I see like electronic key locks or anything, or is it regular locks?
Most of them are like heavy chain bolt locks on the side doors.
Okay.
Any of the big locks I can probably pick.
Good for you. Okay.
I mean, it gets us into the building. You can roll your eyes at me all you want.
Do you have a set of lockpicks with you?
I do.
Okay, then. All right. Listen. I'm gonna give it about 15 minutes till this place gets pretty hot. I'm not gonna wait for you all. Don't be inside. Understood?
Shall we synchronize our
Understood.
watches?
But before we go in, we're about to flush them out. What's our plan once they get out?
Let them scram. I can track
Okay.
Charlotte wherever she goes for the next 24 hours.
Hey,
Just
my
wanted to
job's
make
just
sure
to
that we
burn the
had-
building. I don't care what happens when they're out.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we, had a plan for what comes after.
Yeah, just make herself scarce. Let them scram. Give her a bit of a head start, and then we'll just track her down afterward.
Hmm.
Let her think that
Bad
she's
feeling
not being
about this.
followed when we can actually see where she's going.
So, you all move to a pair of the side doors. You pick the one, Lori, that you know would be closest to the basement steps, which would also, of course, through that same stairwell, they could get to the second floor and begin making their way towards the restoration room. So I need everybody, and that is everybody, to make me a dexterity plus stealth roll.
Would this be counted break-in?
That would be for what's about to happen right after this. Have any traits or anything you would like to activate to increase your stealth? We'll be dealing with that right now.
Okay.
So apparently I was actually a lot better at stealth than I remembered. So he's like, oh, who's sneaky? She's like, oh, so I mean, I'm like 3 dots in stealth. Never mind. It was so stealthy. I forgot how good I
if you
was.
rolled up with cornstarch, Lori'd be like, "Okay, you can come with me."
Okay. Yeah, no, she 100% did.
So you got a little trio going up to the top, or?
I need to do a rouse check.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and roll your hunger die.
Yeah.
Can I-
That's a
I
9.
do not. I think mine's a free
So
action.
you do manage to succeed.
Can I
You rouse the blood.
try incorporeal passage?
So
Certainly try.
we're not
You
doing
do-
break-in?
You
Sorry.
do know for not just yet. We're just doing y'all are all preparing to go stealth mode. You do know that your incorporeal passage does not make you quieter.
Mm-hmm.
You can pass through walls and you can pass through, solid objects, but you still produce footsteps. You can still be heard moving about.
Okay, then we're just gonna be normal stealthy. Stealthy is I have nothing in stealth, so it's just dexterity, hey?
I'm gonna use Silence of Death.
As will I.
Fee will go ahead and
Thanks.
take a second to close their eyes and just. And I'll activate my new ability that I spent experience on. Fleetness. So I do have to make a rouse check.
Yes, you do.
How does willpower work?
I like how the captions picked that up as fleekness.
I mean, yeah.
Pretty saucy. So willpower, you spend a dot of willpower to re-roll any failed dice. Your willpower can only be restored by engaging in an activity that your character holds dear to them.
Okay.
For Minerva, that would be things like studying and like that train of thought. Just things that your character enjoys. Is how you restore willpower.
We gonna spend. Is it 1 willpower per dice or?
Nope, it's just 1 willpower to re-roll every failed roll.
Cool. We're gonna do that. We got 2 failures.
Oakley dokley.
Oakley dokley. Yeah, okay. That's that one's not my hunger. 1 crit. So the 2 successes and the other one was still a failure.
Okay. So you got 2 successes, 2 failures. Genevieve, stealth check.
So I have done unseen passage, so that just means that I cannot be seen unless I make a noise louder than a whisper or emit a foul odor. So I can't fart.
Gotta hold it in, Genevieve.
Important distinction.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But
Hold up. Do vampires fart?
That is
No.
a good question.
I would say for the purposes of that, as far as the stealth check goes, you can roll additional dice equal to your level of obfuscate.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
So that's 2 levels.
That would go for anyone who's using obfuscate. So Ray, you can do that as well, and so can Lori.
Hooray!
1 level.
I get 1.
That's 3. Plus
I also
3.
got 1.
1, 2, 3.
It
That's
did
okay, because
nothing.
3 of them are still hunger die.
And then I get 2 more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Gotcha. Yes. I don't know why I just went Jester Lavore there, but hey, let's do it.
Did you really just quote Shrek?
What constitutes a success again? Sorry.
6 or higher.
Ooh, shit.
That's 5 successes.
And if you got
Oh.
a 10, that's 2 successes from that 1 die.
Nope,
Even
just
though
5
it counts
successes.
willpower. 6.
Okay.
4.
6 successes with a messy critical.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
did I
Ray
mention
got
I
4.
forgot she was
Okay.
stealthy?
Yeah.
Roger that, gamers. So, as you all begin to, Lori, go ahead and make me. What's higher, your strength or your dexterity?
They are the same.
What number is that?
2.
Okay, go ahead and make me a stealth plus break-in roll.
Okay. This is in addition to the stealth roll that we just
Or
did?
I'm sorry, I meant to say strength, not stealth. My
Oh,
apologies.
strength plus break-in. Okay.
Yes.
And 3 of those have to be hunger die. Great. That's 4 successes, but 5 successes because one of them's a messy crit.
Okay. So you guys watch as the fangs come out of the side of Lori's mouth as they grab the lock and just snap it off. Toss it into the grass. And as you push into the door that would normally be alarmed, nothing happens. And you're pretty sure that Joe has worked whatever magic they have on the technological side of the building. And you all step in, and let's start with the team that is going up the stairs to retrieve the fuel.
So who's going with me? I forget.
Like Minerva and Victoria?
Okay.
Before you go, I would just say good luck.
Yeah, remember the recorder.
Victoria's going to give you like half the cornstarch she bought. Use it wisely.
Cool. I also
I'll
shine.
flame past that.
And Lori will just start their way up the stairs. They're not really looking back.
Okay. As you begin to ascend the stairs, you see that the institute is mostly empty. You don't see anyone this far up. Minerva, you do remember that most of the kindred presence was focused around the art last time you were in here. So as you're climbing up the stairs into the admin area, there is not much that you spot. You, using the blueprints, very easily make your way over to the restoration room. And you look around, and doesn't seem to be many supplies in here that are available to you.
Can I use Sense the Unseen real quick?
Sure. You sense the unseen, look around. Doesn't appear to be anything.
Okay. Cool beans.
I'm basically looking around for any kind of paint thinners, alcohols, lacquer thinners, things like that. Anything in the room that I can find.
Oh, you need alcohol?
Hmm?
You need alcohol?
I'm assuming this kind of place might have some kind of alcohol. If supplies are thin, I'll use alcohol.
No, but Victoria would have brought that with her as well. Like, she got a couple of things at that store. I mean, she got a couple of things.
As you step into the restoration room, you begin searching and picking through, and you do manage to find the turpentine and some paint thinner, and you have enough things to very confidently set quite a few things ablaze. Minerva, you had a boon last season.
I did.
As you step into this room, the restoration room, you see that currently propped up on an easel is a painting of this gorgeous chocolate-skinned woman with arms outstretched and a rod in one hand that is golden and comes to a circular top. And at the bottom of her arms are what appear to be wings. She's gently floating above the desert ground underneath her, with the sun brightly stretched across the back. You see she's adorned in mostly white and gold, and dangling from her neck is a very finely crafted ankh. And the painting is called The Goddess Ascends.
Can I surreptitiously prick finger and take a quick peek at my book and just quietly, mentally ask, is this you?
Sometimes.
So, dude, and I'm saying this because it's probably not to my benefit. Would I be able to tell that Darby did that, considering how I feed?
I would say yes. You do begin to smell kindred blood. Not much, but an aroma.
She'll look straight at Darby. Darby, dear, now is not the time.
Darby, who's that?
Damn it! Take two. Minerva. Stop with the book.
Sorry. Paper cut.
You also see, because fun fact, that was not your boon. Your boon is that at the bottom right-hand corner, you see the scrawling of a name. And the name is Nurgle Johnson.
This is a boon.
It's a boon. It's a boon.
Should I take it just before I close the book? Should I take it?
I think he'd miss it.
don't want it to burn.
It won't.
Roger that. Let's continue.
All right. Moving to the downstairs team.
That's us.
You all make your way down
There
the
it
stairs
is.
into the boiler room.
Genevieve is not is in neither the downstairs nor the upstairs team. Genevieve is making sure that all of the doors will not open.
Okay.
Except for the
Except
door
for
that
the
we're
door that
going
we
to lead
came
through,
through.
right?
Yeah. Except for the door that we came through.
Aye, aye, Captain. And as you both are descending into the basement, it's quiet. You get down the stairs, and you see a boiler room. It's warm. There are pipes in a lot of places.
Can I see where the pipes lead? As in, like, you know how like they'll often have like a little arrow pointing like
Absolutely.
inward.
You can
So I
start
follow it back
following
to
the
the
trail.
source.
You're my two kindred with heightened senses.
You.
So you hear this before you enter the room. You hear what sounds like a gnashing, clacking sound.
Biting? Chomping?
Doesn't sound like it's biting onto anything. It sounds like teeth on teeth.
Is there any smell associated?
It smells like rotting meat.
I have a feeling we walked into something that we didn't expect.
Is there a way to get a peek without showing ourselves?
Well, there's a closed door, but if you opened said closed door, you'd be able to see from further away because of your heightened senses. But the door has to be opened first.
Shrug and ever so, like, crack the door open.
Okay. As you crack the door open, the orange light begins to spill out. The heat is more intense. You hear the gentle steaming hiss of the boiler. You said the door's cracked, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's about what you see.
Until I see it. Till I see something.
Okay, you peek.
Do I smell kindred or kind or other?
Other. Fee,
Good.
you
Great.
look into the room and you're sort of angling to try and see. And you see that the back wall of this room is completely black. And that there is what looks to be a humanoid body that is attached to the wall in these thick black webs that seem to hold it in place. And protruding from the wall is a large mouth that is clacking its teeth.
Gross.
Is it safe?
Ah! It's something.
That's not in it. I mean, we gotta go in there, right?
Yeah.
So is it safe?
Be quiet.
Okay.
Can we try and... Is there something that we can try and, like, duck behind real quick?
Sure. You step into the room and manage to hide behind a pillar. There are no eyes along the wall, and the woman is completely covered in shadowy webs. There's just the mouth that's clack, 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 clack.
Any kind of pattern or just
Just clacking away.
Hmm.
There is nothing that you'll be able to hide behind when you go to turn off the boiler, however.
Yeah. Is this something that I have ever seen before?
Never in either of your lives.
I couldn't make a occult roll to.
You could, but your threshold for success will be quite high.
Can't hurt too badly to try.
Yeah. Go for it.
That's 3.
3 successes?
Yeah, 3 successes.
Yeah, you're not sure. You don't know what this is.
All right.
So you've never seen anything like this before?
No, and I've been, I've been here a couple years longer than you.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like it.
I might have an idea.
Okay.
I know somebody that would not have any problems walking past that thing. I just don't know how to talk to him right now.
I do, as much as I do prefer their company, this doesn't seem like the kind of, a stealth mission doesn't seem like the kind of thing that they're well suited for. I, at least for a little bit longer, I am faster than normal. I can try and do this very quickly.
Right. So in that case, so you see that pipe right there?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that goes down, it connects to the boiler.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a runoff pipe that connects to the city's water supply. And there should be a large valve that you can turn. And that, if you can turn it off, or righty, lefty, loosey, turn it to the right.
Yes,
and just close it.
All right. Wish me luck. And we'll try and zoom over there very quickly and do that. I am hastened by my fleetness for the rest of this scene.
Indeed you are. And as you zoom out and you grab the edges of the wheel, just gonna go ahead and check with my cast. I'm quieter, right? Okay. You hear the mouth and the wall go from chattering to cackling. And you hear... And that is echoing at a level that you can hear upstairs, Lori. You don't know what the fuck that was, but you can hear it. Fee, you manage to, without a second's hesitation, it turns easily for you. You're a kindred. It's no problem to shut it off. But it does not stop running, and neither do these raids. Sephi, thank you so much for the raid.
Hey!
Raiders, welcome in.
Bad things are happening.
No,
the
everything
wall is laughing
gross
at
things. Gross things are happening too.
We're about to mouth off at someone.
You don't need to scare the raiders away like that.
Oh, I mod for Sephi. She's used to puns.
God. But as you all, as you both make your way out, the inane, chattering, cackling scream does not die down.
Could I have tried to, like, stab it before we left?
Yeah. So you
This
go
seems
over,
like a mistake, but I'm gonna do it because I said it.
You go over and you jab your sword into it. and you see the body affixed to the wall twitch and writhe, and the laughing dies and turns into a siren pitch scream.
I run up and I cover its mouth.
I've made it worse. We should just
Oh,
leave.
You're going to touch.
No,
the
don't
mouth.
do that.
Okay, hold on. How big is the mouth? I was imagining very large mouth.
Yeah. It is like probably, if Fee was laying sideways, it's the length of Fee.
Oh fuck! Never mind.
Rows and rows of mottled yellow,
That's a no.
curved teeth.
I have made this worse. We should just leave.
Yeah, we did our job. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Jen, Aviv,
That's me.
you have at this point finished affixing the doors to be rigged how you need them to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear the sound of what I would assume is Lori stamping their way back down the steps.
I'm silent as death.
Well, how quickly can you move while you're silent as death?
It doesn't say, actually.
Okay, then that means that there's no restriction. So you hear the feet of Minerva and Victoria hurriedly making their way down the steps. Go ahead.
Can I try to go incorporeal passage and just jump out the wall?
Sure. So as you begin to cast this ritual, you feel yourself beginning to focus on the casting of the spell, and it just happens. As you try to go through the process of attempting the ritual, there's no glass shard in your hand, but you feel the spell take hold. And the book in your hand flutters shut. I need you to add a point of hunger and remove a dot of willpower.
Told you this thing was bad news.
you.
I told you. I said it.
No, I
Oh my
love
God,
this
all these
book.
raiders.
You're gonna have to rip this from my
This is a
cold
good
dead
book.
hands.
Oh my
it's
goodness.
a good book. Oh my
Oh
god,
my god, we got
Another
another raid
raid.
TPK
Oh, damn.
roleplay. Welcome in,
Raiders.
Raiders. How are you all doing? So, Minerva, as you feel the spell take hold, you run and leap. Would be crashing through a window, but you don't actually hit anything as you just pass through it, your form now incorporeal. Ray and Fee are on their way back up the stairs. I will assume that Lori and Victoria are already beginning to spread cornstarch and the other various fuel.
Lori would have looked at Victoria and said, "You should get out now."
Can do. Victoria.
And Lori's gonna start spread. What's the floor material like in this building?
The floor is I can't think of the name. I guess it's marble. It's the same stuff that like fucking no, linoleum. That's the word I'm looking for.
Perfect. Okay. So Lori will start leaving trails from room to room along floorboard and linoleum, leaving a puddle to follow. Every so often, taking out a cigarette, sticking a bit of paper in it, lighting the tip of the paper, and
Okay.
setting it near a bit of fire that'll take about 10 minutes to light each of those. And we'll just be going through as quickly and quietly as possible, trying to hit as many rooms as possible.
Okay. Fee and Ray, you see that Lori is knee-deep in beginning their process of lighting this place fully ablaze. What would you like to do?
Get in my car and leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna run and jump in my car and motion for Ray to get in with me.
Okay.
One second. Is there anything we can do to help, or is it just do we just go?
Are you talking to me right now? That's sorry.
Yeah.
Are you talking to Lori right now?
Yes.
Unless you happen to be particularly good at not burning up, leave.
From what I'm told, that's a negative.
Okay. Then I would suggest just get away.
All right. Good luck. Don't die.
Genevieve,
Wish I could.
you are making your way out.
Mm-hmm.
So Lori, as you go along and continue to set this up, something not right. There's something not right. You have always trusted that more carnal, animalistic instinct in you. There's something not right here. And you take a second, you stop and sit, you look around, you realize you're 85% of the way through this setup. You haven't seen anybody. No one to hide from, no one that's checking around corners, nobody.
Okay. Lori will get to whatever the biggest main room is, assuming the last one left.
Mm-hmm.
Finish off the last bottle of turpentine up the wall toward a painting. And Silence of Death is still active, but if anyone were around, they would still hear.
All right.
And we'll hold it up to the painting. And as it catches, we'll attempt to defy Bane.
Okay. And as it catches, and there's that wash of color, the purple, the blue, to the orange, there's something that has always been gorgeous about it. And as you walk through, flicking the lighter on and off, as things begin to melt and burn and catch fire around you, the heat is almost oppressive in this in your attire, but Kindred don't sweat even in the face of one of their most powerful banes. To defy Bane, what kind of roll is that?
It's a rouse check.
Remind me.
And it is, I just had it pulled up, wits and survival.
Go ahead and roll wits and survival for me.
Okay. 3 of those are still hunger die. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. One of them is a messy crit.
Okay. You needed at least 5 successes. As the museum is beginning to torch the different institutes and some of the less resistant materials in the floor, the paint is peeling off the walls from the heat. Go ahead and remove 2 hunger dice, or 2 hunger from your hunger pool, as you feel the deep wash of, for better or worse, your addiction to pyromania is sated, and through nothing but sheer willpower, the beast within you has been fed by this act. Outside, Lori, as you're making your way out, I would believe that most of the coterie is frozen in fear, horror, curiosity. And Fee, as you walk up, you see that there are 3 long claw marks through the side of your limousine. The driver's door has been ripped off, and Mercedes is nowhere to be found. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh!
No, it's not.
Frag it
Yeah,
is!
it is though.
Listen, I don't care that I have to wake up for work in 5 hours. Let's keep going.
Hey, Rowan, you remember that Bane you played?
Yeah.
Rowan! Rowan!
worth it.
Hoist it by your own petard!
And guess what? Motherfuckers? I'm gonna do another one next week.
Wow. The
That's
episode
what.
that
That's
I
why I
come on
love
to go
you
and kill
so
my
much.
favorite
Fee.
NPC.
Who said she's dead? She's just not in the limousine. And I would say that you guys are fairly used to looking at claw marks from Guru. They don't look that wide, but they do look. There is a certain angularness to them.
I was about to say, do they look like a Guru claw marks, or do they look like Mr. Big Old Fuck Off over there with his little nails? He's like, where is she? Where's is she?
Well, you can track her for 24 hours, so
I can track her.
You will be acutely aware of where she's gone, at least. So, I hope everyone has enjoyed Under the Pale Cold Sun, Episode 6, Detroit Trailblazer. I'd like to thank our wonderful guest, Harper, so much for joining us with the lovely Lori Miller. You were a delight. And I believe it is time for us to go around and do our outros, starting with the aforementioned guests.
Thank you. I don't know if lovely would be the word to describe Lori, but I thank you very much anyway. Hey everyone, my name is Harper. I've been playing Lori Miller. I am a TTRPG podcaster, streamer, and all-around nerd. You can find me at Harpersona Games on Twitter and as Harpersona pretty much everywhere else. I co-host with the amazing Darby, who's a mainstay in this coterie, the podcast Chaotic Creations, which you can listen to on any podcatcher of your choice or on this channel on Wednesday mornings at 9 a.m. Pacific time, because we air it live here and it's a super fun time. Also on the Noir Enigmas Twitch channel every Thursday for The Lonely Throne, and the finale is tomorrow with Darby and Dee and Anita. Oh my god. And also gonna be on Critical Misses on Sundays for System Crash when that starts up with Anita and Darby. I get to hang out with these people so often. I am freaking blessed. Yeah, but that's me. Thanks for having me along and letting me set a building on fire.
Of course. What was your favorite moment of the night, out of curiosity, since you're a guest?
I did get to set a building on fire. That was a lot of fun. But I liked seeing Fee's panness butt up against Lori's ace arrowness. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, pretty great. Speaking of Fee, Rowan, how you doing?
No?
Mm-hmm. You vibing?
We're trying. Thank you for joining us, lovely people. I have been Rowan and sometimes Fiorentino de Calza. You can find me on Twitter, and I guess technically I have a TikTok, but there's nothing there because I'm bad at it, as @RedWhiteRP. I am a writer, streamer, sensitivity reader, and professional dice cruncher. You can find me every other Monday on Everybody Crits for X Millennials, an AU X-Men Mutants and Masterminds game. Back here on Tuesdays for Second City Saviors, a very fun masks game, except maybe not next week. By which I mean we're still having an episode.
Maybe
we just might not be playing
mask.
masks. And then Thursdays over on Chromatic Chimera, I GM Olympus 2299, a Greek mythology inspired The Sprawl game, which is a cyberpunk Powered by the Apocalypse system. It's a lot of fun. Some ridiculous stuff is happening, and I hope you can come and watch.
Awesome. Now let's slide on over to everyone's favorite serial murderer, the lovely Alicia.
None of that was proven in court. Hi, I'm Alicia, or NNG9 on Twitch, where I stream random stuff, do puns, and swear, and have snakes. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on. My intro is meaningless without this. Okay, take two.
BB.
Play games, do puns, have snakes. You can also follow me on Twitter at NNG98. Same thing, snakes, puns, all the cursing. I do a podcast with the lovely Harper at Tortal Y'all, where we're reading through the Tortal series chapter by chapter. You can follow it at Tortal underscore y'all on Twitter. Good stuff. I think that's everything. I'm also gonna murder D. There we go.
Me?
Yes,
Moving
you.
right along to the ever vivacious Bo. How are you doing, darling?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. I'm glad. My name is Bo. You can find me on Twitter at DorkyTeacher. You can find me on Twitch, just DorkyTeacher, where every Sunday we are going through Frankenstein. Been reading that for a little while. Ooh, I haven't read it in a while. Hold on, it's here. What chapter are we at? We are at chapter 5 of part 2. And so that's every Sunday. It's a lovely Sunday evening at 8 o'clock. It's a lovely time to just kind of like chill out, relax. And we just chat about all sorts of lovely stuff. You can also find me Saturday, this Saturday, 8 p.m. at Polished Cryptids channel, where we're playing Call from the Deep. I play a Thembo mermaid. They are lovely and so wholesome, and they just want everyone to be happy and enjoy themselves. And then you can also find me tomorrow night at Chromatic Chimera's channel, where I'll be playing in that game that Rowan was mentioning earlier, where I play someone who cares about their sister probably a little bit too much. Is how I'll put that. Yeah, that's me.
Awesome. And then we slide on over to the character whose stuff I had the most fun writing this episode, to be entirely honest, because I was like, oh, she's gonna touch the book. Darby, how are you, love?
I'm good. I put my grubby fingers all over that book. So good. I can't wait. You're gonna have to pry that book from my dead cold hands. That thing is now my favorite thing.
You're already dead.
Yeah. So dead cold fingers. My name is Darby. You can find me on Twitter as @DarbyPack, my real human name. You can catch me Wednesdays on Chaotic Creations, a podcast I co-host with Harper. That way. And you can
Sorry,
watch...
did you forget your co-host name?
No, I was trying to figure out which direction I point
How many
to
siblings
point.
does your co-host have?
Okay.
How many what?
How
How many
does your
siblings?
co-host?
One. She has one sibling.
You sure?
Yes. Don't make that face at me, Harper. I put it down on my phone. Anyways, Chaotic Creations, which you can catch on a podcatcher of your choice, or here Wednesday mornings on the Critical Misses channel. I'm also in Lonely Throne with Harper, Anita, and Dee on the Nora Enigmas channel tomorrow. I'm also in System Crash with Harper and Anita here on the channel. And last but not least, you can catch me here on Wednesdays playing Minerva, the absolute dweeb of a vampire.
Wonderful. And then we move on to our fearless leader and eternal host. That's you.
Eternal Host sounds kind of like a metal band. Like a
Nice.
Christian metal band.
Or like a Magic the Gathering card.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Anita or Critical Mists. You can find me here most times, playing Genevieve on Wednesdays, playing Tay on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays I run tech here, and on Sundays, or Saturdays, you can find me here for Morning Ritual, which is the name of the show that I just blanked on that I've been doing for 20 plus episodes. This Sunday our guest is going to be B. Dave Walters, and we're really excited to talk with him about it. So, Vampires to Vampires. It's going to be a really, really good time. This Sunday, the 17th, you can catch me over on Kobold Press's channel for Into the Southlands, where I will be playing a character. That's all I can say for now. Check it out. But yeah, or you can find me on Thursdays at the Noir Enigmas channel for Lonely Throne. That's basically me in a nutshell.
I would just like to say
Huh?
that the Vampire the Masquerade game that B. Dave Walters is in,
LA by Night.
or on LA by Night over on Geek and Sundry, That was the first Vampire the Masquerade game that I ever watched. So, kind of losing my shit about Morning Ritual this Saturday. Little bit. Just a wee little bit. Hi, I'm D. I have been your master of ceremonies for the evening. Thank you all so much for traveling across the veil and joining me in the world of darkness with our lovely, lovely coterie of kindred. I am a voice actor, singer, musician that you can find on Emerald City. I am a part of their Game Masters Guild. I do all sorts of things over there. Come join our Western Marches server and trounce around in the wonderful city of Lucaria, for which I am one of the lore keepers of. I played Julian in Crimson Studios' Woodsy Spires. I did it again. I don't know why I keep doing that. I played Julian in Woodsy Studios' Crimson Spires, available on Steam if you just can't get enough of me being a vampire. You can catch me on Mondays over on Weave the Tale, where I will be in a Great American Witch game, DM'd by the lovely half-assed Hermit, for all to see. That's shaping up to be interesting. On Tuesdays, you can catch me right back here on Critical Misses, where I play Tucker Green in Second City Saviors, a game DM'd by the lovely The Noir Enigma. Wednesdays, I'm doing this. Thursdays, you can catch me here, where I will be playing a Sentai Cipher System game that's DM'd by the lovely Kaleidoscopes, and it is called Upon These Crystals, Guardians Ready. And I am very, very excited to jump into that. On Friday, I think I sleep. On Saturday, this Saturday, I'll be losing my shit in this chat. And on Sundays, you can catch me probably streaming. That's the other thing I do. I stream. So if I'm not here, probably streaming on my channel. Follow me, hang out, fuck with your boy. Thank you all so much for all the raids and the follows and just hanging around. It feels so good to be back. I very much missed DMing this lovely game of Vampire the Masquerade, and thank you all for joining. Yes, I do. I want everyone here to know that all the bad things I did to your character, I could have not done, and I chose to do them anyway.
Also, Rowan giving us a Bane again every time.
Yeah, it's because I love you.
I was gonna give us a Bane if Rowan didn't. I'm gonna be honest. I was just trying to get one for free first.
I would have been less mad if you did it, Harper.
So quick announcement. Tomorrow we're going to be airing Upon These Crystals. I am not actually going to be in that game. I'm going to be moving behind the scenes, running tech. But stepping into my place is the incredible Burrito. She is going to be taking my chair, and I will leave it all to the lovely cast that we have in place of Alicia, Hoosh Kid, and Dee. They're all gonna kill it, and Burrito's in there too. They're all gonna kill it. We will see you all next time. Are we gonna go on a raid? Is that a thing that we were gonna do?
Our raid call should be Anita should give me a number.
No.
Yep. Everybody in chat, bother Anita. Just say give me a number. Just do it constantly, all the time, until she cracks.
Alicia.
They will crack eventually. Yes. Give me a number. Give me a number. I'll go Batista. You give me what I want.
What was it that Dee said? I could give you a number, but I'm choosing not to do it anyway.
Yes.
Because you're being a brat. Because you both like to be that.
Every time you ask her, she could give you a number, and then she doesn't. Isn't that wonderful?
You are in trouble already.
I haven't done anything whatsoever.
So Perception Studios is online. We can give them some little bit of love.
We can give them a raid. And remember, when you're here during Vampire Night, we always have the same raid cry. It is from our coterie to yours.
Hello.
The spelling of
from our
will be
to yours.
Put into the chat.
That will certainly be your raid call. It will not be mine.
Difficult.
Me?
Yes. Once or twice. But
Typically.
I hope you all enjoyed the lovely, lovely game we had tonight. And we will see you the next time the pale, cold sun rises. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.